Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell. I'm recording this and doing the live stream on December 20th. I have two feeds. I have the feed on YouTube and I also have a feed on Rumble. So individuals can watch on Rumble. It has the dashboard. We're going to be going over the market in real time. In addition, you'll be able to see in a larger screen on YouTube. This happens to be live streaming on the smaller channel on YouTube. We're going to go over the news. I'm going to go over some products and how to improve your health, give you my take on what's going on, and what I want to do is also just remind the audience that you can listen to my podcast on my website, or you can listen on Apple Podcast and Podomatic. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. I did 4 really detailed videos yesterday about the Federal Reserve, about drones, about the cold season, and about what's going on with the highly pathogenic avian flu. So, I think it behooves you to listen to those episodes. It's episode 52 through 55. So, with that said, I'm going to have to set up the link to the website. You'll be able to see the live stream on the website too. So I just have to set that up. But with that, please help support my work by subscribing to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's really important that you subscribe to all of them. It's through the donations and the individuals that buy the products that allows me to do this. So please help by donating and being a paid member. You can do that by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video. Go to the website. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. In addition, you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel, and through those donations, most of my work is for free. I have thousands of videos for free. Thousands. I'm not a person that puts stuff behind a paywall. All right? Now, I do have created very detailed lectures on pulmonology and immunology that you can purchase. You get videos and PDF files. You'll get a unique password to be able to log in and watch those videos and download those PDFs so you can learn about pulmonology and immunology. And you can do that on my website. So there's lots of ways to support my work, and then obviously buying the products and following my protocol. It's really important to improve your health. Take charge of your own health. No one else will. I guarantee you on that. So with that, please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. We're in the cold season, all right? So I have these drops in 3 different flavors. I have honey and lemon, I have blueberry drops, and cherry. Structural nanosilver drops. Use them. Once you get that irritation in your throat, there's a 100 count for each bag. Get a couple bags for your household. Be prepared for the cold season. I did a video yesterday going over the details of the epi curve of the different pathogens that are floating around in the United States. I think that what will happen is you're going to see increased cases in the data sets for December and January. All right? It's not going to be problematic. It's not going to be the end of the world. But the thing is that if you're prepared, if you have stuff like this in your household, and you start getting that throat irritation, bam, this is high quality stuff. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the drops in cherry, in blueberry, and in honey and lemon. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So let's go to the news. So a lot is happening with Congress. All right. So I want to go to Fox Business and see what they have to say about
Here are 3 reasons why you should use Codecademy to learn how to code. Now, before I get to number 1, you need to know that right now they're running a sale of 50% off on a year of their plan. Okay, it's $20 a month, but I don't know.
Very disappointing to us that all but.
Let me change the speaker here. God, I am just so sick of like stupid advertisements on YouTube. Okay. Now we know that there was let me just give you a little background for the ones that don't know. There was over a 1,500 page bill, omnibus bill, that Congress was trying to push through. Elon and Vivek was like going, there's a lot of pork in this. They use an artificial intelligence read through of the actual bill to summarize to be able to find the pork. All right, so this is a positive use of AI. So when they digested the summary, they saw that there were provisions in curtailment of your civil liberties during an emergency, like a pandemic type stuff. There was, lots of pork for DEI and stadiums and stuff like this, right? The big one was an increase in pay for Congress. I think it was like 60% increase. I think it was a 60%. I think they're getting paid like 175,000 per. I think it's per year, and then they were going to like 248,000, something like that. All right, crazy. Meanwhile, a lot of those representatives are doing trades because of insider information, and they are making money on that. Now, they can legally do the insider trading. The average person can't. They have to divulge that they made the trade, but my understanding is they don't have to divulge that until 30 or 45 days after the trade. Well, most people, when they have restrictions on what they buy in terms of trading, they have to get approved by their compliance department before they make the trade, not after. So there was a lot of, the bottom line is there was a lot of pork. So it streamlined down for the bill to about 116 pages, I think it was. And it was struck down, I think it was 38 Republicans that didn't vote for it, and most of the Democrats didn't vote for it, except two Democrats. So 38 Republicans said no, most of the Democrats said no, except 2. So now it's Plan C, what they call Plan C. So does the government shut down or not? Now, Owen Schroyer from InfoWars, so he does his show called War Room, right? And he had kind of like a short video on YouTube. Maybe I saw it on X, I don't remember, this morning. And he was saying, too many people are focused on the Republicans that voted no. But he was taking the stance, Owen was taking the stance that, you know what, a government shutdown is probably a good idea because this is a test, like a little beta test, to see how much inefficiency and how much deadwood do we really have in government. Because remember what Doge is supposed to do, cut inefficiency. Well, shut down the government and see what happens. See what happens. Because I'm willing to bet it's not as bad as what the Democrats are saying. So, all right, so that's the backstory of Plan C, all right? So they're gonna discuss on Fox News Plan C. Now, I personally think, shut down the government, big deal. Maybe we'll save some money.
we would push the debt ceiling to January.
All right. Before he goes, before he goes on, I'm already upset. The problem with Congress is that they say, well, we made an agreement. Well, we made an agreement to pass, and it was a bipartisan, blah, blah, blah. The problem is, even with that bipartisan agreement, on the Republican and the Democratic side, there are high tendencies of wasting people's taxpayer dollars and writing in provisions that make influential people very wealthy and groups very powerful. There were provisions in there to erode your civil liberties and give more emergency powers in case of an emergency. You know, like E.T. or pandemic, or curtailing your civil liberties for freedom of speech. Giving more emergency powers to the national security state just in case they need to look for a domestic terrorist. It's bullshit, that's what it is. And when J.D. Vance was interviewed when he was coming out when Plan B failed last night, he said that. He actually said that there's global bullshit censorship. You know what? This is what I was saying in 2020. You have you have a group of representatives that will say one thing, get into office and do something totally different, and they're not representing their constituency, the ones that put them in office. Who they represent are the ones that pay for their campaign, the lobbyists, ones that are willing to give a golden parachute. That's who they're beholden to. And what happens over time is that we start having our civil liberties eroded. Well, if you don't have a representative government representing we, the people, then it's the right and the obligation of we, the people, to deconstruct the Congress and reconstruct it with people that are willing to represent we, the people. Now, there are two paths to that. There is a peaceful path and there's a violent path. Now, human history shows that if the powerful elite don't pay attention to the citizenry, there's going to be a revolution. It happened in France. We were lucky in the United States to be a little bit more calmer and cultured and a little bit more, easygoing with our revolution. But France's revolution, they chopped people's heads off in the courtyard with a guillotine. And guess what? If the people, we may be actually seeing in history, I don't think this is the case, but it's possible, low probability, but possible, that we're seeing, if Congress doesn't do the right thing and represent we, the people, and protect the constitutional rights and the intent of the Constitution, and not throw away our civil liberties for safety from E.T. If they do the right thing, then the country will be strong and prosperous. If they do the wrong thing, the probability of a revolution that is bloody, like the French Revolution, is increasing. Increasing. And I want you to ask a historian, especially that's knowledgeable about the French Revolution time period. We are moving towards that if Congress continues to be focused on the aristocracy. And Johnson, he should be thrown out as speaker because he's not holding to what he said he was going to do, and nor is he holding to we the people. He was willing to push through a bill, 1,500 pages or more, where you need an artificial intelligence algorithm to read it because there was so much pork in it. And he, with a straight face, says that he represents the people. No. And, you know, it's a bipartisan agreement. Just because there's a bipartisan agreement to erode your civil liberties doesn't mean it's right. Maybe the bipartisan agreement and the people making those agreements should be thrown out of office. And if they keep on, see, when I'll continue playing the video. I'm going off on a tangent, but this is my show and I can go off on tangents. All right? I can do whatever I want. So, if the Democrats, they were having a hissy fit saying, oh, it's Elon Musk, the president-elect Elon Musk. Why does he have the... All he did was took a PDF file and read it through an AI to show all the fucking pork in it. And they're all upset because the lights were turned on. And everyone was seeing how the sausage was being made and how everyone was getting paid out. How certain senator or how certain congressmen were getting some money for, their region, their constituency, or for their lobbying group. That's shut down the government. Shut down the government. Stop wasteful spending. Become more fiscally responsible. I'd rather have a rough year doing that for the country so we're more prosperous in the future and button down the hatch, and just weather out the storm than to have continuous debt ceiling increases and more wasteful spending. He represents the aristocracy, yet he says he represents we, the people. Yeah, bullshit. So the Democrats have a hissy fit because Elon showed the world on X how they've been making a sausage in Congress for decades. Why do we need an omnibus bill? Why don't we just pass a clean bill? Oh, we can't do that. We need a stadium. Oh, we need braces. Oh, we need to protect the individuals that were investigating January 6th to make sure that, no one catches them doing illegal activity. Oh, we got Trump-proof stuff. This guy's a fucking clown.
All but 2 Democrats voted against aid to farmers and ranchers, against disaster relief, against all these bipartisan measures that had already been negotiated and decided upon. Again, the only difference on this legislation was that we would push the
No, let's get this straight. We're going to hurt the farmers. I want you to read a book. It's called, I'll have to look it up. I think it's Barron's at the Table or something like that. I'll look it up. I met the author during a book signing. I actually listened to the audiobook of it. It's very good. It's very well done. People need to realize, though, when they talk about, the farmers, most farmers are part of a big ag consortium. So when you start having these bills made, it's usually, not all the time, but usually not helping the little farmer. It's usually helping Carnegie Mellon, or not Carnegie, Cargill, or some other big ag corporation. So you got a lot of senators and representatives in Congress that get a lot of payola from those lobbying groups. Why do you think sugar is in everything? Sugar lobbying group. Why do you think fructose corn syrup is in everything? The corn lobbying group. Now do you understand what the fuck's going on? Shut down the fucking government.
2027. I want you all to remember that it was just last spring that the same Democrats berated Republicans and said that it was irresponsible to hold the debt limit, the debt ceiling hostage. What changed? It is, I think, really irresponsible for us to risk a shutdown over these issues on things that they have already agreed upon.
And there was House Speaker Mike Johnson reacting last night after the spending bill failed to pass, 174 to 235. 38 Republicans voted no. Only 2 Democrats voted yes. This was a slimmed-down version of the bill backed by President-elect Trump. It was drawn up after major opposition to the initial 1,500-page-plus package. This newer bill would have prevented a government shutdown and suspended the debt limit until January 2027. Fox sources revealing that Trump's team was in secret talks with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer for weeks in order to get the debt limit included in this bill. Speaker Johnson negotiated a separate spending deal with Schumer, even though Trump was talking to Schumer about this. Putting the debt ceiling issue in there. Lawmakers are now racing for, what do you call it, Plan C? Ahead of the shutdown deadline at midnight tonight. Joining me now is Indiana Congresswoman Victoria Sparks. She is the commissioner of the U.S. Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. She is also a member of the House Judiciary and Republican Study Committees. Congresswoman, it's good to see you. I want to talk to you about a number of things, including the fact that you said you're not going to caucus with the House Republicans anymore. You have real problems with the Republican leadership. You voted no on this spending bill last night. Tell us why.
Well, Maria, it's another example of failure of leadership of Speaker Johnson. I mean, the circus is continuing. The act is not over, but let's not worry. We'll make sure that American people not worry. It will be over. But unfortunately, on top of it, Speaker Johnson dragged President Trump into this circus. He completely didn't mishandle it. He didn't work with Republicans. His staff has made deal with Chuck Schumer, tried to jam us before Christmas with a bunch of Christmas presents for Chuck Schumer, and then he's continued doing it again. So I think this is unfortunate where we are, but this is an example why we haven't been governing, and the country is on a fiscal calamity course, and we need to start doing something about it.
So Speaker Johnson was negotiating with Chuck Schumer. Did he know that Trump was trying to get the debt ceiling limit in this bill, and was talking with Schumer privately?
I don't think that's what was happening, but because Speaker Johnson doesn't even talk to his Republicans most of the time. He's really, even to moderates this time when he was doing negotiation. I mean, honestly, it's almost disrespectful becoming where members just last second have these 1,500-page bills and they expect them all to vote. I mean, even his very loyalists not willing to do that anymore, because this is not how this institution should be governed, but couple staffers that try to get lobbying jobs and make a lot of money writing all legislation for us. I mean, this is really a bad situation, but committees were not aware, even committee chairs were not aware of what's happening there. We are actually the most powerful institution in the world, Article 1 branch, and have a couple unelected staffers govern for us with a bunch of garbage in these bills. I think this is really terrible situation, and I think the only way out for us to start, at least for him, to continue this reckless spending for several months. Hopefully we'll have a better plan, but separate all of these bills. It's another omnibus too. It's minibus. It's minibus. It's not as bad. And then let people will vote that. And if Democrats shut down, doing clean CR, I don't think these people want to shut down because all Nancy Pelosi great things is still in that budget. So they should be happy with all the COVID spending that's still baseline in it.
Well, wait a minute, because you complain that, you've got to look at this CR, which was written by unelected, staff members. What about unelected people who are being talked about as putting in speaker? I mean, like that's Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, being talked about. They're not elected. I mean, Speaker Johnson's leadership role may be in jeopardy now as this shutdown deadline approaches. And you've got lots of names being floated, including Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Then you've got Congressman Jim Jordan, Byron Donalds, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, all among those being talked about. Prior to last night's vote, you told the Indy Star, quote, "I hope Speaker Mike Johnson is going to have courage to actually work and deliver some of these things that we promised to the people. It's big money in Washington, and you have to be able to tell them enough is enough." I hope he does it. I understand he inherited a lot of problems, and he's a good human being. He's very intellectually smart and very brilliant person, but this will take some courage to get stuff done. Obviously, you don't feel he had that courage.
Well, listen, I look by the record and I've seen what's happening. We're being get enrolled by Democrats, and unfortunately, he's not willing to challenge the status quo. Actually, Elon probably would be real great because he wouldn't be afraid, and he's not looking for another job. And I'll tell you something, Speaker's job is actually to govern an institution. We are elected to represent the people and take votes based on what our district needs. The Speaker is actually serving this institution. That's why Speaker doesn't have to be elected, and that Speaker, maybe that would be a solution, because we unfortunately for 2 decades haven't been governing an institution and really betraying the American people. So it might be a good solution. We actually have someone capable who can look and start reforming this institution to govern and doesn't have to worry about raising money, running around and appeasing all these PACs and being afraid, but actually will want to save the country.
So, Congressman, let me get your take on sort of the broader story here, because you say you will not participate in the House Republican Conference this year. You posted on X, "I will stay as a registered Republican, but will not sit on committees or participate in the caucus until I see the Republican leadership in Congress is governing. I do not need to be involved in circuses. I would rather spend more of my time helping Doge and Congressman Thomas Massey to save our republic." Congressman, I mean, you initially decided not to seek a third term, but then you said you were announcing your exit from the House Republican caucus. You're not going to caucus with the Republicans anymore. Tell me what the issue is.
Well, listen, I'll be still working with Republicans. They cannot get rid of me that easy because we have a lot of good things and work to do. I just not going to be participating in these circuses. This committee presentation is about nothing. Committees are not functioning. As you know, this bill was not written in the committees. Nothing gets written in the committees. It's just people.
This is exactly what I'm saying. We are increasing the probability of a French Revolution. Not an American Revolution, a French Revolution. Because the aristocracy doesn't give a damn about the little people.
And then try to go back home and pretend like they're doing something, or have like 1 minute of grievances. You can go on conference and do your presentation, pretending like leadership is listening to you. I mean, it's a joke. I hate to tell you, a lot of people are disappointed, but a lot of people are afraid to really say that enough is enough. And at some point, we need to fix this institution if we're going to fix country. So the only way for me just to go and say, enough is enough. When we start actually governing, I will participate, but I'll still will work with Republicans. I'll still will work on bills, legislation, and with good people in my conference that want to govern.
So, number one, are you expecting the government to shut down? Should we be afraid of that?
I would not be very afraid of it. He said here, this government never shuts down. The Circus Act will be over the closer we get to Christmas. That's how they try to be things to be jammed. Everyone is campaigning, Democrats, Republicans, and all these things. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about. This is the act will play its place and will be funded again. There's fiscal insanity, but hopefully next year we'll have a better plan.
And number two, real quick before you go, who will you be voting for Speaker?
The debt ceiling should not be raised. We don't have the money, and we need to shut down the government and make it more efficient. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great deodorant bars that I have These are very high quality. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we created these very high quality deodorant bars that have a dual purpose. You can use them as a deodorant, but it also will help to slowly detoxify your body. Really important. Why? Because there's a lot of chemicals in your water. There's a lot of chemicals in your food that are bad for you. And you need to detoxify. And you need to use things that help detoxify your body, but also has a dual purpose. So this is a great way to do that. It's a very high quality deodorant for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality, all natural. No aluminum, no baking soda. Guess what? Use it as a deodorant and it will slowly detoxify your body too. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the best deodorants that you can buy. Get a couple bars for your household. You know, you can use it as a gift, but better yet, we're getting at the end of the year. Look in the mirror and just say, you can be healthier. You can go and become healthier in 2025. Make that resolution, stick to it, and I'll help you. I'll help you get healthier. Go down that healthier journey. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Another great product that I have that you should be taking is Goodnight Formula. Why? Because we have Congress in the United States that doesn't do their job for we the people. So everyone is worried and they're stressed out and they can't sleep. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. This will get you into 3 cycles of REM sleep, deep sleep. That's really important to consolidate memory, to detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. Chronic sleep deprivation will lead or increases the chances of early onset of dementia, and you age faster. You look at people that don't sleep very well, they look a little worn out. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that when they, people that are chronically sleep deprived, they're not as fluid with their speech or with their memory? Because they're not consolidating their memory and they're building up toxins. You need restful sleep. In addition, when you're chronically sleep deprived, your cortisol levels are too high. Guess what that does? Weakens your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get healthy, get regular sleep, slow down the aging process, detoxify your central nervous system. Go to my store and get the Goodnight Formula. Very high quality. Take my advice. Or get sleep deprived and, have Swiss cheese brain. It's up to you. Take my advice or not. But when something happens later down the road, then you're going to go, well, maybe I should have listened. Oh. Okay, well, let's find out what CNN has to say about the wonderful bill.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Tonight, House Republicans have failed to pass legislation to keep the federal government running for the millions of Americans who depend on it.
This is Washington. This is how the law.
Think about that. Think about how CNN just opened that up. Really. The government might shut down and millions of people are dependent on the government. Maybe that's the problem. That there are millions of people dependent on the government. Yeah, there's millions of people. Another scare tactic, a Democratic scare tactic. There's this congresswoman, I don't know her name, I think she's from California, I'll look it up. But she dresses very flamboyantly and she has a little bit of blue hair in the front, in her front bang, and bangs, and she's a little bit older. She's probably, I think she's younger than Nancy Pelosi, but probably only by 10 years or less. But she looks like Bozo the Clown. And she had a hissy fit on the floor whining about Elon Musk. Now, just a reminder, I have activated X Spaces for people to listen in. So the ones that are watching the streams on Rumble and on YouTube, you can do a call-in and tell me your opinion about what's going on in my wonderful country through X Spaces. So please go to my X feed. You'll see X Spaces. Just request, and you can, make a question, do a question, or just, pontificate. It's up to you. But the whole idea is this is supposed to be interactive. But let me get back to my point. So, you got CNN in, 12 seconds into their video, all right? And they want to scare the public that if Congress doesn't do something, something drastic is going to happen. Something drastic is going to happen. I wish that CNN spent as much time with fear-mongering about the government shutdown because of an omnibus bill having too much pork in it. All right? I wish they spent more time on nuclear detonation and the multiple decade of nuclear warfare that could happen, because that's very real. I'm not too worried about a shutdown government, but they don't really want you to talk about why do the generals have special provisions to survive during a nuclear exchange while Joe Public and Susie Public doesn't. Why is that? That's something a little bit more important to talk about. A little bit more important to add fear into the public sphere, not the shut of the fucking government. I mean, most of these people don't even show up to work. So shutting down the government isn't going to do much. It may be actually helpful, but they'll scare people. They'll say, millions of people are going to be dependent on it. Oh my God. Well, guess what? When the government reboots, whatever is in back pay, if they're on salary, will be paid. Some of these people will go furloughed. The bottom line is that we have a government that costs too much. We need to shut it down. Get fiscally responsible. No, we got to scare everybody. Well, maybe the better idea in the bill is start laying off a bunch of government workers because the money ain't there. Isn't that how corporate America works? Why should corporate America work a little different than government?
Process. Sometimes it takes a while to reach a consensus, but we're going to do the right thing here tonight.
That was House Speaker Mike Johnson, who could not corral enough.
Do the right thing for who? The lobbyists, big pharma, big ag, big defense. Okay, Speaker.
Of his own party members behind what was actually their Plan B legislation after Elon Musk and President-elect Trump sank a bipartisan Plan A yesterday. Today, both men were behind the measures tonight.
But CNN, what was in Plan A? Over 1,500 pages of pork. A lot of bacon in there. A lot of bacon for Alabama. A lot of bacon for Texas, a lot of bacon for New York, a lot of bacon for California. Everybody was at the trough. And a little AI summarized a big bill that showed all of the pork.
not enough of their fellow Republicans were as well. So Plan A is dead, Plan B just died, and we just learned from GOP.
Plan A, over 1,500 pages of pork, and Plan B, 116 pages of less pork.
It's released that Plan C they had been looking at looks doubtful as well. The question tonight is, once again, what now? Sina's Manaraju joined us at the Capitol. So I wonder what you're hearing from lawmakers, particularly since Steve Scalise is now moving away from an option that was at least out there to try to get this passed on a simple majority.
Yeah, look, in fact, the Speaker of the House just addressed reporters moments ago, and I asked him, what is the next plan? And he really didn't have any specifics. He said they were going to regroup, they were going to try to figure out what the next steps were, and he attacked Democrats. Even though there were Republicans also who voted against this plan on the House floor, despite the push from Donald Trump. Now, one big reason why there were Republicans who voted and defied Donald Trump was his demand, Trump's demand, to suspend the national debt limit for 2 years. Remember, this is something that Congress has to typically deal with every so often, but it was expected to be dealt with next year. But Donald Trump recognized that this will be a complication next year for his agenda, and now demanding in the 11th hour to inject this into this government funding fight, saying it must be addressed right now. But here's the problem. There are a lot of Republicans who fundamentally oppose raising the national debt limit, dealing with that without any spending cuts whatsoever. So as a result, you saw a revolt on the right. And
Think about you have one side that says we need to have a government, but we have to have all this extra spending that we really don't need. And you have another side of the argument that's saying we need a government that is more efficient. And it fails, so the government shuts down. Or possibly shuts down. We're getting close, all right? Hopefully it does shut down. But the thing is, the ones on CNN, and even on Bloomberg, will try to demonize Trump and demonize the Republican Party, saying that we got to keep the government open. But if you keep the government open, that would mean that you have to do inefficient spending. Why do we keep on having this problem year after year after year after year? Because it's not about us. It's about the aristocracy, the lobbying group, K Street, and everyone at the trough, putting their napkin underneath their collar, you know, oinking all the way to the trough. And they're just eating the pork. Just eating it all up. That's what Congress is doing. Unfortunately, it's the taxpayer dollars and the hard work of American citizens that they're eating. They're just eating the effort of we the people. And it gets even more egregious. Not only are they wasting our tax-paying dollars and our hard-earned money, but they are also eroding our civil liberties on top of it for their political gain, or a lobbying group to be able to expand their operations, like for defense, surveillance technologies. So the government buys more drones, more AI, more police departments have, you know, a minority report kind of capability. Why? Oh, Congress doesn't want you to ask why. Just be a stupid American. Watch your football, go to McDonald's, and make sure you go to CVS and get your inoculations. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. Just do what we say. As the pigs at the trough keep on oinking away.
up with Jim, and they expressed why they were concerned with Donald Trump's demands.
This just stinks. That's why America doesn't trust government, and it's for good, dadgum reason.
And you said shut it down.
That's what it takes to bring us to the table.
Any
Fuck yeah.
extra supplemental ought to stand on its own merits and not be attached to it, and it ought to have pay-fors.
Yep.
And the debt limit must not be increased without commensurate spending cuts
Yep.
and fiscal reform.
But when
Yep.
I ran for office, I said that I would not vote to raise the debt ceiling.
Yep.
And so I've never voted to raise the debt ceiling. I love Donald Trump.
And the thing is that, and we'll go to
Bloomberg.
Bloomberg to see their take on this. But if you don't raise the debt, how Bloomberg will spin it is if you don't raise the debt, oh my God, that means that we may default. We may default on a bond. Oh my God, the bond market might have a problem. Maybe the bond market's overbought. Maybe the Federal Reserve has manipulated the market too much. We can't shine a light also on the nefarious activities of the Federal Reserve, could we? It'd be interesting if Elon used an AI on that.
You want to shut it down? I'm not afraid of a shutdown.
And you're hearing some of those members saying they are not afraid to go to a government shutdown. So where does this go from here, Jim? It is really uncertain because the Democrats said they had a deal on the table that Donald.
I am for a shutdown. All right? But there is a risk. What's the risk? Is it all those millions of people that depend on the government? No. The risk is the national security state will use that as a fucking reason to have another fucking 9/11. And blame it on Trump. Just imagine, shutdown, and then there's some sort of terrorist thing that happens. Or maybe a dirty bomb. Or something else. Because the CIA could dream up anything. And then we're in emergency power. And then Trump trying to restructure the DOD and the Pentagon would never happen. That's a danger. But if you put that aside, shutting down the government, I think is a good thing.
Essentially forced to collapse, then now what? No one really knows, which could mean a shutdown by midnight tomorrow night and a prolonged one at that.
Yeah, and those are Republicans saying they're not afraid of a shutdown, which seems to be them owning that they're bringing
It's
about
December
a shutdown.
20th. Now, in corporate America, things really start slowing down after Thanksgiving, all right? But not much goes on in corporate America, especially in the C-suite, between December 20th and like January 3rd. You really think that much of government is efficient and productive between December 20th and January 3rd? No, I don't think so.
I know you have J.D. Vance and others blaming us on Democrats. Manaraja, thanks so much. So joining me now is Republican Congressman Don Bacon from Nebraska, and he's joining us from Capitol Hill. Congressman, thanks so much for taking the time tonight.
Good evening, Joe.
So you and I, we speak frequently, and you're someone who negotiates with the members of the other party. You voted for bipartisan deals on a number of issues, and there was a bipartisan deal yesterday, killed by, it seems, Musk. And
It's a bipartisan deal that was killed by Musk and his AI. Oh my God, it was a bipartisan deal. But it was ripping off American citizens. Let's be honest. 1,500 plus pages of pork. And he's going to be asking Senator Bacon. It can't get more real than this. Or Congressman Bacon, not Senator Bacon. Pardon me. I'm just a little one.
up and now Republicans find themselves in this pickle. Was that the mistake there, killing what was a bipartisan agreement?
Yes, Jim, to answer your question to the point, I think there's 2 or 3 things that we could take away from this. We had a reasonably good deal, and by the way, you're never going to get a debt ceiling increased or a CR passed without Democrat support. So we have about 30 Republicans.
Representative Don Bacon. Pig at the trough. Even though he's a Republican. All right? Armed Services Committee. Now, I think that the ones that listen to me on a regular basis understand that the national security state is a big problem. Armed Services Committee. People need to wake up. People need to wake up.
I would support that, and with a tight majority, that means you gotta have some Democrat support, which means you gotta have a bipartisan bill. So that's the first point. Second point.
Okay, Representative Bacon, part of the Armed Services Committee. What was in that 1,500 pages dealing with the national security state? And that's the reason why it needed to be killed, even though it was bipartisan. This guy is dangerous because his last name's Bacon and he's in Congress.
The bill that we had yesterday had a lot of wins for Republicans, a lot of great things we've been trying to get for 2 years now. But to get that, we had to give away a couple priorities that the Democrats wanted. And I thought it was a reasonably good compromise. The problem was 1 or 2 people in our conference, instead of just opposing it, I had to go out and demonize and distort provisions in the bill. So for example, our salary is $174,000, but they put out, we're gonna get $240,000. That wasn't true. That we were going to prevent any kind of investigations on those who served on the J6 committee. That is
why is a congressperson getting a raise? Why is a person in Congress making currently over 3 times the national average? And if they get that raise, it would have been like 5 times the national average? On top of them being able to do insider trading? I don't think so.
in the bill. I could go on and on. So this stuff was put out by members of our own party. You have these social media influencers with 1 million followers. They pick up on it and they throw gasoline on the fire. That's what we had yesterday. So if people run away from that, I'm sort of used to it. I've been a target of a lot of these.
Heaven forbid that we, the people, actually find out what the hell Congress is doing through social media. Heaven forbid. See, what it is Congress is used to scare the people. Oh, the government might shut down. Here's a big bill. And it has a lot of pork and no one's reading it. And, guess what? And then they're wasting people's money and eroding your civil liberties. But when you actually, open the hood and you look at the engine and how it's working, or look at the mechanic and what he's doing to the engine, and you start realizing that mechanic is screwing up the engine. Our representatives are breaking the family car. Why? Because he'll be able to say, you need an alternator, and maybe a new radiator, and a new fan, and new belts, and new spark plugs, and. He's fleecing you. Congress is fleecing we, the people. And he goes up with a smiley face, representative of Nebraska, Mr. Bacon. I'm not making this up. On the Armed Services Committee.
People. So Elon Musk took up some of this false data and put that back out there. And this is my third point. If you're on the same side and you don't like what you're hearing, pick up the telephone and call your friend, your ally. Why tweet and throw your ally under the bus? And I think this could have been easily resolved through a phone call to Speaker Johnson, work their way through it. Today, I voted for this bill today because it would prevent a shutdown, and it was a skinny CR. But I think Plan C is not going to happen because we don't have a majority of Republican votes for this.
Yeah.
So Plan D is probably going to be something that we had yesterday with maybe some smaller revisions to it. And we're going to have to work with President Trump on the debt ceiling.
And does that mean you're going to have to work with Democrats? In other words, do some horse trading with Democrats to get this across the finish line?
Jim, by definition, I believe when you're talking a CR or a debt ceiling, either one.
Think about this, CR and the debt ceiling, we have to have a bipartisan understanding of fleecing we the people. They're literally, I mean, that if you translate this to where the rubber meets the road, the brass tacks of this, it means Republicans and Democrats have to come together to keep the machine running by feeding in more pork for Representative Bacon. Fucking A.
Or vote for it. So you have to work across the aisle. This has been Speaker Johnson's dilemma. He knows he has to have some Democrat support to get these things passed. So that's why he was working across the aisle. And
we need Democrat support. This is the reason why the lobbying group wants Congress to be always thin margins, so they can add in this pork. Oh, we're almost close to shutdown. Well, let's just throw in another $150 million stadium that no one needs. Let's throw in another $50 million for researching iguanas. I tell you, I mean, it is insane what the fuck is going on in Congress. I'm telling you, they're trying to sneak in some sort of emergency power, and they're trying to sneak in some sort of funding at a defense level or an emergency power level. I don't trust these people.
I'm going to agree to the Democrat priorities that he can tolerate and live with. And I thought he did a good job. It got demonized, and a lot of lies about it. And I think in the end, people will see through. I believe President Trump today, after hearing the facts, actually thought what we had yesterday was a reasonably good bill. He just wants to get the debt ceiling modified. So I think we were able to pull President Trump over today to what we were trying to do.
Well, we'll see. I want to talk about the debt limit, because you know House Republicans have repeatedly lambasted Democrats for raising the debt limit. Now they want.
Let's just think about this, the debt limit. Okay, Congress reached the debt limit. Well, maybe they should stop spending so much. No, let's raise the debt limit. See, imagine this. Imagine your household has a certain amount of money coming in per year, and you maxed out your credit card, and you need to pay for things, right? And the amount of money that you're making is less than what you're spending. You're spending more than what you're making. And you have to call the credit card company to raise that limit. And the credit card company decides, you know what? We got to make a decision. Should we raise your limit or not? So you can buy groceries. Maybe, maybe not. And then they say, yeah, we'll increase it. And then you use it, and you jack it up again, and you say you have the same problem next year. You gotta. And so what happens over time is you're spending your hard-earned money on interest. That's what's happening in Congress. Stop the debt ceiling. Increases. Stop the debt ceiling increases. Start making the government more efficient. We can't afford the interest payments. But Bloomberg, and we'll notice this, I'll blame Bloomberg. But the thing is that you're going to have the bond people and the economists start scaring you. Oh, we're going to default. We're going to default. We're going to default. We're going to default. Oh my God, we're going to default. Raise the limit more. Give more power to the Federal Reserve. Meanwhile, Secretary Yellen, who's an idiot, goes, inflation's transitory. Really? Have you looked at the price of eggs lately? Have you looked at the price of milk lately? Yeah, it's not rising, but the price has stayed relatively the same the last few months, except eggs because of the whole bird flu thing. But you compare it over a 4 or 5 year period, and it's radically higher. Radically higher. That's not transitory. That is not transitory. So how can someone that has so much experience in economics with a Ph.D. and has all this experience in government, Dr. Yellen, how could she fuck up the family car?
Years, and by the way, it's a Democrat suspicion, and listen, some of this is public because Republicans have been quite public about extending the Trump tax cuts, that is because they want to allow an expanded debt ceiling to tax cuts that will add to the deficit. We know that's the CBO estimate. So why should voters believe, including your voters, believe that Republicans actually want to cut spending if they want to suspend the limit for 2 years and then pass a big tax cut?
No, I think there's two things there. One, I do believe in extending the tax cuts because I think it makes our economy competitive. Like 21% tax rate for businesses is what the average is in the world. We want to go back to 35% or somewhere higher. So
the only reason to raise the debt limit is to buy Canada. The only reason. Maybe Greenland, too. Throw that in there. I can't even get through CNN without having a heart attack.
But I believe in the end we've got to do a debt commission because 72% of our spending is mandatory spending. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Only 28% is discretionary. If you subtracted the entire discretionary budget, all of it, we still have an $800 billion a year deficit. And so we got to get together, Republicans and Democrats, and figure out how we're going to preserve Social Security and Medicare, but yet get ahead of this exploding debt that's coming from the mandatory spending. And it can only be done in a bipartisan way. If Republicans try to fix it, we'll get killed the next election. If Democrats try to do it by themselves, they'll get killed. We got to do this together. And I think a commission is the only way to do it. And we've done one before, but the difference was we did not have in the previous one that whatever they come up with, you have to put it on the floor for an up or down vote. This commission, you got to have it put on the floor for an up or down vote.
Let me ask you about one more measure here, because Congressman Jared Moskowitz, according to sources from CNN, pointed in a Democratic caucus meeting that restrictions on U.S. investments in China were removed from the original bipartisan version of the bill. We should note, Elon Musk, he's got a lot of investments in China. Removing those restrictions would benefit him. Do you believe that in any way influenced the removal of that provision, which again came from the bipartisan?
What about all the provisions for the national security state and how Starlink helps the national security state? We'll only demonize Elon Musk in one way, but we won't show and how he may be helping government. You gotta look at it holistically, dude. I mean, CNN is run by a bunch of clowns.
Bill. Well, I surely hope not, and I only heard that about an hour ago for the first time, by the way, so I did hear this from one other Democrat. But I think in the end, let's stay big picture here. We should be very careful about what business we do with China. We should restrict our exports. We should restrict our investments there. They are an adversary. They got 1 million Uyghurs in slave labor camps and doing forced sterilization. What they're doing in Hong Kong is terrible. What they're doing in Tibet's terrible. And they're not a good faith trader with us. I mean, they stack the deck against our trade. And so I think we should play hardball with them. And I think it's a mistake to take those provisions.
Those globalists at Bloomberg don't like to hear that. They want more FDI going to China. They want more globalization. They want more open borders. They want integrated currencies at the regional level. They don't want Joe Public using AI reading a 1,500 page document to see all the pork for Representative Bacon from Nebraska.
Okay, we'll see if it ends up in the final version. If there is one, Congressman Don Bacon, we appreciate you joining us this Thursday evening.
Out front tonight, the breaking news. The U.S. closer to a government shutdown at this hour. A House vote moments ago failing. And it comes after Elon Musk blew up a deal that was headed for passage. The world's richest man right now holding the country hostage. It's all him calling the shots, it seems. The government shutdown could be just over 24 hours away. And Capitol Hill is scrambling right now after Trump's self-proclaimed first buddy torpedoed.
See the point that I'm making with Aaron Brown, who basically, you know, trained over at CNBC in the finance department, you know, covering financial news, trying to demonize that this whole shutdown is because of some billionaire, and not shining a light on the real problem of all the wasteful spending, the erosion of our civil liberties, and the increased power grab of the national security state. That's the issue. I'll tell you. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Been months in the making. Democrats and Republicans had finally agreed to a deal. They were ready to go and go home for the holiday. But then Elon came in.
Yeah, ready to go. They were ready to go.
4 a.m. yesterday morning.
They were ready to go with a 1,500 page omnibus bill, wasting American taxpayer dollars and giving more power to the national security state. But they were ready to go for Christmas. Happy holidays. This is almost like SNL. This is almost like Saturday Night Live in real time. This is real though. This is fucking real.
Thanks. Tweet after tweet before Trump ever mentioned the deal. Now, a person who is not elected and who has never been elected has just blown up a bipartisan bill to fund the entire U.S. government. Musk's newfound power is stunning some on Capitol Hill today.
He's president and Trump is now vice president. I think that's clear.
All of a sudden, we have an outside...
This is the woman that I'm talking about. This is the woman I'm talking... Hopefully you can see it. This is the woman I'm talking about. That's the clown representative that was having a hissy fit about Elon.
I think he is president, and that's President Musk.
Now, that's one view. Another view is that some are branding him a hero, trying to officially give him the power that he hasn't been elected to have. Senator Rand Paul tweets, the Speaker of the House need not be a member of Congress. Nothing would disrupt the swamp more than electing Elon Musk. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, ready to enter the scrum, responding to Paul, quote, I'd be open to supporting Elon Musk for Speaker of the House. Now, just to give you a sense of how fast this is all unraveling.
Well, here's an idea. Why not just take Optimus, which is one of the robots from Tesla, and elect it as the Speaker of the House using, you know, one of Elon Musk's AI systems. And I bet you'll have a more efficient government.
Speaker Mike Johnson, who spent months working on a spending deal and getting it over the finish line. Just 2 days ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene said this about Johnson when she was asked if she'd support him as Speaker in the next Congress.
I'm not answering your ridiculous question. I said publicly that I'm supporting.
Yeah, well, times change, a day passes, and guess what? Elon Musk should be Speaker, says she. Well, Musk does not have time to be Speaker, much less President. He is spending, in fact, an inordinate amount of time on X, or Twitter, as many refer to it. He currently sends dozens of tweets a day. He does not even have time to actually even be CEO. According to one Tesla investor, Ross Gerber, quote, having your CEO not working at your company and working at the job of having to fire government employees, as I'm a shareholder, I'm paying someone to not work for my company. Now, look, of course, Musk is not actually firing government employees yet. He's just spending more than 20 hours a day tweeting about doing it and about various other things. The New York Times found 1 week in September that almost a third of Musk's 171 posts were false, misleading, or missing vital context. And now his tweets have caused a deal that took months of negotiating between Democrats and Republicans to implode. And part of what's so bizarre about this last-minute blow-up is that both Musk and Trump spent the day with Speaker Johnson this past weekend at the Army-Navy game. I mean, they were all together. They were all hanging out. None of this came up. No one had any, oh gosh, hey, we're going to just blow up the government next week. No, they were all friends, lovey-dovey. They could have talked about it. But Musk waited till the final hours to come out with his tweet storm. And blowing up the deal gets a lot of attention. Now, eventually, though, there will be a deal. In some way, shape, or form, there will be a deal. Because the truth is, if Musk wanted to create a sound and fury that signifies something, he could focus on shutting down the waste, not the government. Just imagine if he was tweeting nonstop and talking nonstop about Medicare and Medicaid fraud. The Department of Health and Human Services estimated a combined total of over $100 billion of just improper payments in those programs last year alone. What if Musk used AI and his technology prowess to end that? Manu Raju is on Capitol Hill.
Maybe the shutdown is a beta test to see how much you can actually shape government in 2025.
We're in this unbelievable moment, right? 36 hours ago, 48 hours ago, for sure, nobody saw anything like this on the horizon, yet here we are. What is the latest you're learning?
Yeah, there were Republicans who defied Donald Trump just moments ago on the House floor as this part of this 11th hour plan. Donald Trump making these demands yesterday, scuttling a bipartisan deal that led to the Republicans trying to put some other proposal across the finish line to make Donald Trump happy. Essentially,
I'm just going to interject here. The market's open, so right now at 10 a.m. New York time, we're talking about the S&P 500 trading at about 5,853. The VIX is at 22, so it's a little bit elevated compared to several days ago. So this is still a reaction to the Federal Reserve announcement. The Euro USD, the dollar is strengthening. We have a 1.039 as a handle. BITO is trading at 24.57, and before the Fed announcement, BITO was trading at about close, I think around 27. So Bitcoin is down relative to the Fed announcement, or prior Fed announcement, I should say. Oil is trading at $68 a barrel, and the USD yen is trading at 56.53. So dollar, in the last several trading days, dollar has strengthened, Bitcoin has weakened, and oil has weakened, and so has equities have weakened. Now, I still have a target for the S&P 500 anywhere from 5,000, I've been saying this for months, 5,800 to 6,000, all right? Probably will trade at, it'll probably close at around 5,900, I suspect, all right? The reason being, they can't sell off the market because the institutional investors have to close out the year on a high note. Why? So they can go to investors in 2025 and show them the gains that their fund had in 2024. So why would they hurt themselves? If there's going to be a big sell-off, it would be in 2025, not in 2024. So don't be an idiot. But, there are people out there, that, saying, oh, the market's going to crash and blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. A lot of these people that are saying that never institutionally invested anything. Trust me on this, all right? There may be problems in 2025, but it ain't in 2024, all
changes to this proposal. This bill went down. 174 voted for this plan. 235 voted against it. That included 38 Republicans who voted against it. Just 2 Democrats voted for it. And one of the big changes that Donald Trump threw in late in this process was to include a suspension of the national debt limit. Remember, if the debt limit is breached, that would lead to the first ever debt default in American history. But that was going to be punted until sometime next year. They wouldn't have to deal with it until next year. Donald Trump, however, changed his mind. He wanted to deal with it now so he wouldn't have to worry about it when he's president. But Republican conservatives didn't like the plan, and the leader on the House Democrats also pushed back. Are you going to support this plan? Are you going to support this plan?
Musk Johnson proposal is laughable.
So are you going to whip your members against it? Are you going to whip your members against it?
Oh, the proposal is laughable. We're talking about the 116 pages. But the 1,500 page pork bill was not laughable. You know why it wasn't laughable? Plan A wasn't laughable because the pigs at the trough were eating so much bacon. They couldn't laugh because they would choke.
What policy do you guys not like?
So the policy that President Musk is advancing is one that is about cutting Medicare and Social Security so that he can give tax breaks to billionaires.
And that last point refers to the fact that Democrats believe that by suspending the national debt limit as part of this plan, it would actually make it easier for Donald Trump next year.
If the average American really believes that bullshit from that representative, then, we're in trouble. Because you're going to have the Democratic Party trying to say, oh, rich people are going to take away from the poor people. And Elon is evil. The bigger issue here is the lobbying group wanted a lot of freebies in the pork bill. And these representatives were supporting the lobbying group. They didn't care about the little old lady that can't afford her medication. That's bullshit. Total bullshit. How many elderly people are having a problem feeding themselves and being able to take their medication? Being able to afford their medication? A lot in the United States. Unfortunately, a lot. But we have billions of fucking dollars to give to Ukraine. All that money could have been used to make sure that Granny could afford food and medication, not either or. So let's stop the bullshit. Now, why did that money go for defense for Ukraine? Because the national security state loves spending American taxpayer dollars, and they don't care about Granny. You know why they don't care about Granny? Because Granny is an outflow, not an inflow. Granny isn't making money for the government. She's not contributing to society as much as she was when she was younger. So why would the national security state care about Granny? They don't.
A lot of his agenda, including his sweeping tax cut plan that Donald Trump wants to move ahead with. Democrats believe that giving away on the issue of the debt limit would take away their leverage at a key point next year to battle Donald Trump while they're in the minority. So where does this all leave everything, Aaron? It's unclear. We are headed into a government shutdown by midnight tomorrow night if there is no agreement. And there is no path to an agreement at the moment because of Donald Trump's demands that have caused the rebellion on the right and that caused Democrats to push back, leading to major questions.
It was Donald Trump's fault. Heaven forbid you trim out the pork for the national security state. We're going to go after you. And we're going to blame it on billionaires like Elon Musk that buys Twitter, turns it into X, and makes it a free platform. So the citizen can start posting out what the hell the government's doing. Heaven forbid. I mean, even Aaron Brown. I mean, come on. You know, honey, you're gaining the weight. You need to lose it, or you're going to lose your job. But she's going to tell you how to live your life. She's not living her life the right way.
And if there's a shutdown, how long will it last?
All right, Manu, thank you very much. On Capitol Hill tonight. And let's go now to the Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She is the chair of the Progressive Caucus. And Congresswoman, I really appreciate your time. Thank you. A moment no one expected to be in here 48 hours ago because there was a deal. Now it's gone. So I guess the question for you at this moment, now you had Musk come in, the thing blew up, the Republicans put out a bill, it failed, here we are. Are you open to negotiating again? Or are you in a position where you're saying you're only going to accept the bill that had already been agreed to before Musk got involved?
Well, Aaron, you did such a good job of describing the process that we went through. It's a four corners process, which means all the parties have to agree. That was the deal that got negotiated, that Mike Johnson, the speaker...
We just got to agree. We got a bipartisan agreement on a bill that will waste all your money. But we all agreed on it. So, heaven forbid that Elon Musk uses his AI to shine a light on the nefarious activities of the Congress's negotiations in the smoky back room.
Of the House, the Republican Speaker of the House, negotiated. Now, what happened here was laughable. This bill that they just put up, they are in the majority. Republicans control the House. They are in the majority.
It's so laughable. It only had 116 pages. A real bill has more pork in it. Oink, 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 oink. Why is it that there are so many Congress people overweight? Why?
Oink, oink. Even get the majority of votes for this bill that they put up. So this is a long process to go through these negotiations. We already had a bill. We negotiated. Mike Johnson agreed to it. And because, as you said, Elon Musk, a billionaire, tweeted about it, President Musk tweeted about it.
A billionaire? Oh my God, a billionaire made it just blow up. We had a bipartisan agreement for the American public to keep the lights on in government and keep us wasting money for the national security state. Blame it on the billionaire. Thank God we have an Elon Musk that has a brain and has money. And it isn't bought off. Now, is he perfect? No. But you know what? We'd be in, you have a representative who obviously has an eye problem, all right? A representative, I'm wondering if she, took multiple inoculations. It looks like she did. All right, so getting back to the point here. Elon did a huge service to try to stop something, a disaster. This bill is a disaster. It's a disaster for your civil liberties. It's too much wasteful spending. It's out of control, and you need to use a hatchet and just start chopping stuff. But what's happening is you have K Street in the lobbying group not liking what Elon did because they don't have pressure points on Elon. When they don't have pressure points on a person, and that person is influential and has money, ooh, that's a problem for lobbying, for the lobbying group. Because if the lobbying group wants something that may be beneficial to them, but not beneficial to the country, not beneficial to we the people, they'll demonize the hero, the one that's trying to shine a light and make things right. It's the billionaire, Elon. He must be the evil one. But you got thousands of lobbying consultants writing checks. Hey, Senator, you want a swimming pool? Hey, Senator, you want lifetime golf membership? Hey, Senator, you need a little bit of money for your next campaign? Hey, Senator, we would like to sponsor a stadium in your district. We'd like to set up a new football team. Hey, Senator, we want to make some engines for the next fighter jet in your state, Senator. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. And we don't have enough people saying it like how I'm saying it. There are people that are saying it like how I'm saying it, but not enough. The government is out of control and it needs to be truncated. And this woman needs a serious facelift.
Republicans tried to go around their own caucus, all the work that's been done, and they are in charge of shutting down the government now. That is what's going to happen tomorrow night at midnight if we don't come to a deal. So we don't have time. We got to go back to the negotiated deal. That is exactly what...
We got to go back to the big pork plan. Oh my God. See how this works? Big pork plan, shine a light on it, really bad. Have a trimmed down version, 116 pages, still has pork, but it's a lot better. Kill it. And let's go back to the big plan, the negotiated plan, the one that the lobbying groups want. And let's demonize Elon for wasting our time because we need to go to our district and have Christmas.
So much time negotiating. We didn't get everything we wanted. They didn't get everything they wanted. And let me remind you, it is still Senate Democrats that have to agree to this as well. The White House, a Democratic White House, has to agree to it as well. All right, so let's just pass the bill that we...
Here's a great thought. Why is either side getting anything? Perhaps we the people, have anything to give anymore. See, that's the problem. You have people at the table that don't care about we the people. They only care about the lobbying group. And the lobbying group has so much money and are so intertwined with the movers and shakers in Congress that they get the bill made for the lobbying group. They're not writing bills for we the people. That's the problem. Oh, you open that up to X. And people start paying attention to what's actually in these fucking bills, and people start having a hissy fit. And then their congressman goes, ooh, I might not get elected again. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
All right, now, the reality of it is, though, of course, I guess these things end up being a blame game. You have a deal, and everybody...
Aaron, the reality is you're wasting people's money. The reality is CNN's viewership's in the toilet. The reality is you're lying to the American public. But check your notes. Let's see what you have to say.
Right, there was a deal, and then Musk gets involved. Now that we're in this new world, he's tweeted, if Dems reject this and the government shuts down, they deserve to lose big time in the midterms. Obviously, that's political gamesmanship. There's also money that he can put to bear behind that. Are you concerned that Democrats could now get blamed for a shutdown? If Republicans keep putting out a bill and it keeps failing, does the blame go to you? What I'm concerned about is that a billionaire who is not even elected is acting like a shadow president and doing the work that Republicans have to do here. They are in the majority, and so no, I'm not concerned that we're going to get blamed. This is clearly on the Republicans.
Heaven forbid an American citizen has a say on what Congress should write in a bill. Heaven forbid. But let's just blame it on the billionaire. It's comical, but it's real. It can be dangerous what's going on because I'm concerned about some sort of 9/11 event that may take place in 2025. Because if Trump keeps on poking the bear of the national security state, do you think that the national security state is going to say, yeah, take away our power? No, they're going to have a hissy fit. Look at Congress with their hissy fit with a 1,500-page pork bill. The convulsions will be 1,000 or 10,000 times more with the national security state.
We had a negotiated deal. We could have all gone home tonight. But you know what is really the tragedy here is all the civilian employees that are not going to get paid tomorrow night, all the the FAA employees who are
It's
not
total bullshit. They're not going to get paid tonight. They don't get paid per day. They're probably paid at the end of the month. They're probably paid monthly. Maybe, bi-weekly. But I think they're paid monthly. Most of the government workers. They're not paid daily. I mean, what's ridiculous. And not only that, the way the Treasury Department works is the way they do the bond movement, there is gap funding for stuff. So there's a lag. There's about a 3-month lag. The amount of money coming in is 3 months out. So she's total horseshit.
So families are going to have their flights delayed. All the small farmers who are desperately needing aid, all the cities that need disaster relief, these are...
You know why the desperate farmer, and this whole farmer thing, it's not about the little farmer, it's all about the big farmer. It's big ag. Trust me on this, all right? You know why the little farmer is hurting? You know why? Because you have consortiums, you have conglomerates buying up land and controlling the food supply and pushing out the little farmer. So maybe we should have antitrust on Cargill. Maybe we should have antitrust on these big ag companies and support the little farmer. Same problem in banking. Too much consolidation. You got banks that can't fail. So big they can't fail. So if they're so big they can't fail, then they can take risks. And if they're profitable, they'll privatize those profits. But if they start losing money, they'll start socializing the losses. Oh, now you understand why it's so important to trim the bill. The lobbyists can't get what they want.
Things that we negotiated. Why did they blow it up? I think this is really important, and Manu referred to it. They blew it up because Donald Trump also inserted a suspension of the debt ceiling. Remember that the Republicans, under Donald Trump, with the Trump tax scam 1.0, increased the deficit by $2.3 trillion. And now they want to be able to do that again with the
vast majority of the benefits going to the wealthiest. That's why they're pushing for this debt ceiling suspension. So every piece of this is wrong, from the negotiation and walking away from the negotiated deal to taking out a bunch of things that were part of that deal to adding an absolutely unacceptable thing into the deal.
So when it comes to Musk, Republican Senator Rand Paul, I mentioned him a moment ago, but he put out there that the Speaker of the House need not be a member of the House, right? When he's referring, nothing would disrupt the swamp more than electing Elon Musk. And obviously he's technically right, the House Speaker doesn't need to be a member of Congress. If that's where we get, then obviously there'll be a lot more conversations to be had.
And of course, any deal in the House would need to also pass the Senate, where Democrats...
CNN is a bunch of idiots. I need to do a product plug. Please help support my work. Where else are you going to get such entertaining advice? Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. This is a high-quality powder. You mix it with food, or mix it in a smoothie, or with filtered water. There's a scooper. You just take some scoops, all right? And there's directions on here on how many scoops to use. But what will happen is that with the Gladiator Barley, you're going to be able to improve your strength and build muscle, all right? Especially if you're doing resistance training. It reduces inflammation, and it has superoxide dismutase, which is a strong antioxidant. This is a great way to build muscle, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, all right? It's a protein. So you mix this with a smoothie, or with filtered water, and this could be part of your meal for breakfast or for lunch. It's a great way to get healthy, and it's a great way to fuel your body. If you are really into working out, use this to get that muscle and performance gains for your workout. So please go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley, all right? In addition, I don't have the container on my desk here, but you can also get the other barley that I have on my store. It's the heirloom barley. The heirloom barley is more focused on detoxing your body. It also brings down inflammation, and it will soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So get the Gladiator Barley or the heirloom barley on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, to really supercharge that, take the Boomer Boost powder, all right? There's a scooper in here, all right? It has 68 nutrients. Go to the store to see the profile of the nutrients. This is a great way to fuel your body. And if you work out, this is a great way to improve your performance, your athletic performance, all right? So please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost and get the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley. Now, if you buy it, if you want them together, it's cheaper if you buy it in my longevity box. It's called Longevity Boost box. It's part of the anti-aging box category. So Longevity Boost box, you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of either Gladiator Barley or Heirloom Barley. Or you can just buy them separately. It's up to you. But I do discount it for you if you buy it as a longevity box. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost and the barley. And also use discount 5 to get $5 off. All caps, discount number 5. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the powders that I offer that really improve your health. And if you're doing the resistance training, a little bit of cardio, you can improve your performance by giving the nutrients to your body, right? And getting high quality protein in your body. And what you're going to notice is you're actually detoxifying your body at the same time. Very high quality. I also offer dual purpose supplements. Olive leaf extract is a dual purpose supplement. How does it work? It improves your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down LDL levels and increases HDL levels and lowers inflammation. Really important. This is a great supplement. Go to my store and get the olive leaf extract, all right, and improve your cardiovascular health and your immune system. A lot of people in the United States have problems with heart disease, and you know, cardiovascular health is really poor in the United States. Lignans. It's a powder. You mix it with filtered water or with food. I mix it with hummus. Right? It's a great way to do it. You can mix it with yogurt or whatever. It's up to you. This boosts up your immune system and helps with your endocrine system. It brings down inflammation and it soaks up free radicals. It's an antioxidant. Please go to my store. Boost up your immune system. Really important, especially during the cold season. Digestive enzyme complex. When you get older, your pancreas doesn't work as well. I don't care how fit you are, how good your genetics are. Your pancreas starts to start declining in performance, in being able to secrete enzymes to break carbohydrates, lipids, and protein. All right? So you need to take a supplement. Reduce the load on your pancreas. Digestive enzyme complex does that. It'll help to digest carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. If you work out on a regular basis, taking this will also help to fuel your body and increase your recovery. So taking digestive enzyme complex with the Boomer powder, the Boomer Boost powder, and the Gladiator is a great way for recovery for a workout if you're athletic. So I'm telling you how to slow down the aging process when you're older, how to reduce stress on your organ systems, but also how to improve athletic performance. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. You don't pay attention to me, you're going to start having pancreatic issues later in life. See someone that's older, they're having digestive problems, they can't digest certain things. There's a lot of reasons why. The gut biome isn't working right, their pancreas isn't secreting the enzymes correctly. They start having back pains because they have pancreatitis. You don't want to go down that road. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's go back to CNN because you know what? There's not enough lipstick in the world for the pigs that they put on their show.
Majority for a few more days. My Democratic source tonight is Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. And Senator, it's great to have you here. Hakeem Jeffries is the Democratic leader in the House. He said earlier that not only was he a no on this new deal that failed tonight, he was a hell no. Are you a hell no? What's your view of this?
Look at the net worth of Elizabeth Warren and ask yourself, how did that happen? All right, Senator.
Leader Jeffries is exactly right on this, and I find it just laughable that the Republicans are saying, well, actually the Republicans couldn't come together and cut a deal, but the Democrats should have gotten out there and saved their sorry butts and actually pushed through a deal. That's just nuts. The Republicans can't come together because they can't stick.
No, Senator. What's nuts is a 1,500 plus page bill that's wasting American taxpayer money. That's what's nuts. Pocahontas.
The deal they originally negotiated. And this is on them. And it really is the reminder who now runs the Republican Party. And it's Musk. He's the one who started tweeting at 4:30 this morning about what a bad deal this was and how terrible it was. And Donald Trump trails along much, much later and says, yeah, terrible deal. And then Donald Trump is the one who says, maybe we should get rid of the debt ceiling altogether. But is that what the Republicans propose? No. What the Republicans say is, let's just do a little period.
Maybe Elon is shining a light for the American people to realize that the Democrats and the rhinos are a big problem. And that's the reason why we have the 1,500 plus page omnibus bill. It's not about Democrat, Republican. It's about people selling we the people down the road for lobbying, for the lobbying group. That's the issue, Senator.
Time of getting rid of it long enough to be able to grease the skids, to be able to pass a big, big tax giveaway to billionaires.
So you don't think Democrats should step in to help Republicans here? But on the debt ceiling,
this deal?
on the debt ceiling, which is, the max that the government can borrow, it's something that, we almost saw how catastrophic that could be not long ago when they were defaulting on the nation's debt. You said that you agreed with Trump when he said that Congress should terminate the debt limit, not have to govern by hostage taking, as you put it. But then when Republicans put forward this idea of raising it for 2 more years, you said that it would grease the wheels for his tax handouts for billionaires and a terrible deal. What do you want to see happen here?
What I want to see is get rid of the debt ceiling. I've wanted that for years. Because year after year after year after year, the Republicans...
You want to get rid of the debt ceiling because then it can just keep on going and going and going to the moon. If you have a debt ceiling, it forces people to actually wake up, get sober, and, try to cut the wasteful spending. Heaven forbid Congress actually does their job near the end of the year. They're busy. They got to put gifts underneath the Christmas tree. They don't have time to negotiate efficiency in the government.
The debt ceiling in order to hold our economy and our nation and our good name around the world hostage. And when Donald Trump says, just get rid of it, it is not good for our country, boy, I think he is exactly right on that. But that is not what Elon Musk...
I think Trump is wrong on that. I know why he's doing what he's doing, because I think what Trump's, his thought process is that if you kick the can down the road with with the debt ceiling issue, you can do deficit spending for the next 2 years to try to boost up investment into the country. So a lot of time, a lot of people don't realize this. When you're running a business, sometimes you have to do an investment round to really restructure the business, restructure the company for future growth. And I think that's where Trump is moving towards, right? He hasn't articulated it that way, but I think that's where he's moving towards, all right? But I think I would prefer that we really chop down all the wasteful spending and restructure the government where it's more efficient. Maybe it's as simple as 25% head cut reduction in all departments, and just chop it off. Maybe that's one way to do it, or you can be more surgical. But there's a lot of wasteful spending, and I think the tool to really get at that wasteful spending and have those hard decisions and hard conversations is to have a debt ceiling. So I'm against what Trump's doing. He shouldn't be kicking the can down the road. But I understand there is a method to his madness. I just disagree with the method. We need debt ceiling limits. Not only that, We got to stop raising the debt. It should be debt ceiling. The provision should be, here's the debt ceiling, and oh, by the next year it has to be lower, and over the next year it has to be lower, and it has to be lower, not higher. Up to a certain point where you squeeze out all the inefficiency in the government. The American cannot keep on paying the interest payments on the bond market. It's making us inefficient. It's crowding out activity in the economy. It's unproductive, wasteful spending.
Republicans went for in the House. What they said is, let's preserve the debt ceiling to be able to use it as a cudgel whenever we want. But let's just open up this narrow path while the Republicans are trying to pass a $4.5 trillion giveaway in taxes that will mostly be sucked up by millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. Let's just open a path for them to be able to do that without ever having to worry about the debt ceiling.
Yeah, but there are some Democrat colleagues of yours who seem to say, we do kind of want to hold on to the debt ceiling because it may be the only point of leverage your party has in a few months from now.
Well, the way I see it is we have watched over and over and over as the Republicans have held our economy hostage. And when Donald Trump says, let's just make a deal and get rid of it altogether, I hear him on that. When Elon Musk and the rest of the Republicans say, let's just create a little path so we can pass a $4.5 trillion tax cut, that's a terrible deal, and nobody should go for that.
And so your view here is that Elon Musk is in charge, not Donald Trump.
I think that's pretty clear. Look at the timeline on how this unfolded, and look at what was ultimately proposed. It was not Donald Trump's proposal that went to the House. It was Elon Musk's proposal. Looks like to me.
But Trump did go with the demand there for the debt ceiling, which was not something that Elon Musk.
What's wrong with delegation? What's wrong with delegating authority or delegating responsibility or delegating certain activities? That's what a good commander-in-chief does. I mean, do you want the commander-in-chief to get into the fighter jet and chase ET? Or do you want the commander-in-chief to get on the red phone and go, General, get those fighter planes up there and chase ET? You got to delegate authority. Okay.
Proposed essentially the deal that Mike Johnson had negotiated with Democrats, but for different reasons. Elon Musk didn't like everything that was included in it. Trump wanted to add the debt ceiling.
You know, but we actually are now getting our first taste. This is it, live and in living color, about what it means to have this Doge right out here and what that's going to mean. And that's where Elon Musk's fingerprints are all over this. Because, for example, what this bill says is, oh, let's get rid of fund.
It means taking a 1,500 plus page omnibus bill with lots of pork for Representative Bacon and bringing it down to 116 pages. Now, I thought a lot of Democrats were for improving the environment. Now think about that. That's less trees. Think about all the trees that have to be killed to create a 1,500 plus page omnibus bill and shrunk down to only 116 pages. That's what Doge represents. But let's hear Pocahontas tell us on how it really is. The multimillionaire from the Senate, Senator Elizabeth Warren from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
for research on pediatric cancer. Let's get rid of funding for research on...
So let's get this straight. Doge must be killing pediatric cancer patients now. Really? Really? This is emotional fallacy, like at the extreme.
Detection of cervical cancer and breast cancer. Let's get rid of funding for research on children with...
You really think it's going to move the needle with all that wasteful spending on cervical cancer detection? Why not just do a pap smear? It works really well. Doesn't cost too much.
Down syndrome and on sickle cell anemia. Let's get rid of those things.
Oh, let's do more research on Down syndrome. Okay, all right. Trisomy, there's lots of them that are happening. Why is that? A big part of it is women are having children at a later age. So their ovaries are producing eggs that are as robust. A lot of people don't realize this. The primordial egg is established during the fetal development of the female. When that mother is in the womb as a fetus, all right, her ovaries are starting to develop the primordial eggs. And then when she is born and she matures through adolescence, she starts to menstruate. She starts to have follicle development and release of these eggs. But it's predetermined when she was a fetus how many eggs she was going to have. So this thing, it's not, so people got to understand that when you're like 40 years old, 38 years old, and you start kicking out your first kid, or your third kid, or your fourth kid, perhaps the eggs aren't as viable because of 35 years, 40 years staying dormant on top of, lifestyle issues and whatnot. Chemicals that are ingested through the food supply. Let's do more research on that. Let's stop wasteful spending on that, on trisomies. And maybe have policies that promote family creation at a younger age. Maybe in their 20s, where the eggs are more viable. No, let's not do that. Let's demonize family creation and push the can, kick the can down the road, and then females start having children at age 38 and 40, and then all of a sudden, you know what? They're kicking out a lot of trisomies. Wonder why that's happening. Because they're past their prime. The eggs are past their prime. Wonder why that is. I wonder why that's happening. The answer isn't throwing away American taxpayer dollars, because you're not going to stop, you're not going to be able to stop that from happening. The only way is to promote family creation at a younger age. Make it possible to actually raise a family on a decent level of income. Instead of wasteful spending that is inflationary to the point where people can't have kids at age 20 because they got to keep on saving and saving and saving so they can buy steak for dinner. A Elizabeth Warren is just another liberal retard from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And it was so Commonwealth that she ended up being a multimillionaire.
So that we can make way for tax cuts for billionaires. That is Elon Musk's notion of efficiency.
Is this what, we talk about what it looks like when Democrats are in the minority and Republicans are about to have total control of government. How does that look different now that Elon Musk is part of this and is something that is going to be in this, in your view?
So I think the dynamic has now changed. We've never seen this before in American history, where a billionaire who obviously contributed a lot to the campaign, a billionaire donor, is now calling the shots.
What about a multi-millionaire senator from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts pushing left-wing agendas?
The majority party, and telling the majority party that they will do what he wants, and if they don't, implying he's going to spend his money and encourage people to vote.
I don't think he implied, he outright said that he would primary them. They would face political ruin if they did not.
Stop that.
Can I ask you though, because we're talking about the leader of the Republican Party, we're talking about Donald Trump, Elon Musk, we're hearing from Democratic leaders here. President Biden has been very quiet on this. Are you surprised that he has not weighed in more?
Right now,
he's brain dead.
Watching the Republicans eat each other alive. And that's the Republicans are in charge in the House. They have to initiate the spending bill that gets us this ongoing resolution to keep the government open. Those are just the laws. And right now, the Republicans can't get their act together to make that happen.
And you don't think President Biden should weigh in?
Do you think he's going to help the Republicans negotiate a deal? I don't see where that comes from.
Well, just necessarily more on like what his party should do, how Democrats should handle this, their view of
We
this.
are handling this. We are saying to the Republicans, we spent months negotiating a deal with you. And there are parts in it that...
No one is getting to the root core of the problem. 1,500 pages plus of pork. Wasteful spending that we don't need. It's proof. Just by comparing Plan A to Plan B. 1,500 plus pages to 116 pages. Just because two parties agree doesn't mean that it's right for we the people. And that's what Musk is saying. But Pocahontas has something different, because I'm willing to bet that there's somewhere in that 1,500 plus pages of Plan A where Pocahontas will make a little bit of money for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
You didn't like their parts in it. You didn't like that's the nature of legislation in this place. But we actually cut a deal that's going to be the continuing resolution, keeps the government open until next March, so you can get yourselves organized.
We cut a deal to keep the government open, but we need to spend more. More money. Joe Public, you gotta give us more money to keep the government open. And heaven forbid, you know what we're doing behind the scenes. Writing away your civil liberties, giving more power to the national security state, chasing E.T. Fucking A. My representatives are a bunch of retards. 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 Maybe we need research for trisomies, because we have so many trisomies actually running the fucking show in Congress. And we need to reduce that. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we have too many fucking retards running Congress.
House, the Senate, and the White House, and you can put the full budget on the table. That sounds to me like a pretty damn good deal that was available to the Republicans. And yet, here it was going forward. We were all talking about, oh, the vote, will it be at 11 o'clock this morning or 2 o'clock this afternoon? We'll get this done. And the answer is Elon Musk gets on X at 4:30 in the morning and the whole deal shatters.
Is it clear to you who Senator Schumer?
Heaven forbid we, the people, find out what you are doing in Congress. Now do you understand why they really didn't want Elon to buy Twitter? Because they have social media embedded with the national security state. Don't believe me? Look at what happened during the crisis of 2020. And so when you have a platform that's really on the concept of the First Amendment, then you actually can sound off on the crazy fucking train that's in Washington, D.C. But heaven forbid, Joe Public finds out that Senator Warren is spending your taxpayer dollar on pork benefits for the lobbying group.
Should be calling and negotiating with this point? Is it Speaker Mike Johnson? Is it Donald Trump? Is it Elon Musk?
Let me say this one more time. There is no one for Leader Schumer to negotiate with. The Republicans can't get their own act together. And until they can, there's nothing for us to do. We have a deal. There's a deal sitting on the table. You know what?
The deal is more wasteful spending, where it would literally take you days to read. How many pages could you read in a day? It would take you like 10 days, 17 days to really go over the details of a 1,500 page plus document. Boy, they got an agreement. That same logic, if they had an agreement between the representatives in Congress, between Republicans and Democrats, that decided to erode all your constitutional freedoms, that same logic that she's using, she's saying is justifiable. No, I don't think so. There are some things that are inalienable. Stop spending our money wastefully. Stop reducing the power of the First Amendment. The French Revolution is probably the only answer to this.
Republicans right now could go back over there and vote, send the deal that had been negotiated, which would pass because it would have bipartisan.
That's exactly what you say. Pass the pork bill, because that's what the lobbying group wants. That's what the national security state wants. I'll tell you, these people are evil. These people are evil.
Over the Senate, I predict it would pass the Senate and we would be done. Crisis averted. But the Republicans would rather have a crisis, would rather blow this up because they're all doing whatever the great and powerful Mr. Musk wants them to do.
Do you think there's going to be a government shutdown?
Ask Elon Musk.
I hope so.
So
I hope there is a government shutdown. And you know what? We're going to realize that we don't need as much government. Heaven forbid we truncate the government. Heaven forbid. Before we go to Bloomberg and the globalists, please go to my store, help support my work. I offer products on my store that I take on a regular basis as a health protocol to improve my different organ systems, slow down the aging process, and just maintain a healthy lifestyle. all right? It's really simple. It's stuff that I tell you how to stack it, right? I have very high quality products. So please help support my work so I can continue this wonderful broadcast, all right? Because where else are you going to get so much information, right? And be entertained. Go to the store and get the products. 2 great products that I have that will help with your gut biome is the powdered probiotic that I have. This is the one that I take on a regular basis. I take it with hummus. Or you can get a VeggieCap version, all right? Both are very high quality. And it's important to take a probiotic every day. One reason, you'll start to lower gut inflammation. You'll also improve your metabolism. You're going to have a better communication between your gut and your liver. And your liver is a major organ for detoxification. And you're going to improve the gut and the brain communication. A lot of people don't realize that depression can be related, not the only way, but can be related to gut health. Your energy levels will increase because your metabolism is going to be better. Your mood's going to be better. And not only that, you're going to be able to just have better mental acuity. So just get healthy. Start with the gut. If you don't do anything, just start with the gut, and a lot of things will start to fall into place. So please go to my store, get this powdered probiotic or the VeggieCap version. Take it every day, improve your gut health. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. As we get older, we need to take different types of supplements. Vitamin B complex is really important. The first few B vitamins in this complex help with your mitochondria. That will boost up your ATP so you have more energy. In addition, vitamin B complex will help with your neurons, your peripheral and your central nervous system. Your neurons start to get weaker when you get older, all right? You need to take supplements to maintain those neurons and maintain the mitochondria in those neurons, because your neurons need a lot of ATP to maintain. But you also have to stimulate your neurons by moving around, by doing a little bit of cardio, doing some resistance training, because you have nerves that are activating your muscles and your tendons, your stretch, right? So you want to do a little bit of stretching, activate some of those neurons. You want to do a little bit of muscle training, resistance training, a little bit of cardio, activate those muscles, do a little bit of balancing, keep that cerebellum healthy. And when you do that on a regular basis, you're slowing down the chances, you're reducing the chances of Parkinson's, you're reducing the chances of Lewy body, you're reducing the chances of atrophying of the cerebellum. And you learn new things, pick up a book, read it, something on a topic that you're interested in but maybe is new to you, and you're activating your brain. And so that neuroplasticity starts to get better and improve. And you're reducing the chances of neurological decline when you get older. So I have a lot of supplements that maintain neural health. One of those supplements that you can take is the vitamin B complex. In addition, vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, improve your neural health, please, all right? It's really important. It's really sad when you see a patient that's older, you walk in the room, and they're older, and they're showing all the signs of Parkinson's or neurodegeneration. It's sad. It's really sad. Now, some of it's genetic, some of it's, environmental exposure. Certain pesticides cause it. Certain toxins cause it. But if you detoxify your body, you start, living a healthier life. You take the supplements that you should be taking to protect your neurons. And guess what? You're reducing the chances of having a lot of the problems that a lot of old people are having right now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And lastly, since we're talking about neurons and muscles and stuff, myotrol. When we get older, we start to atrophy our muscles. So you need to work out a little bit more. Myotrol will help you maintain muscle mass and increase muscle mass. All right? That's really important, especially when you get older. All right? This is a supplement that you should be taking for sure if you're 40 years or older. For sure. You're 40 years plus, boom, you should be taking myotrol now. What it'll do, it'll help you build up muscle, and it'll help you maintain the muscle you have. It'll also improve the health of your mitochondria, so you have the ATP to maintain the muscle. And you need to do a little bit of resistance training. You don't have to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. But work out a little bit. If you're athletic and you're younger, taking myotrol will improve your athletic performance. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the myotrol. All right, let's go to Bloomberg, and they're talking about, I don't know what they're talking about. What are they talking about?
Profitability over the next 12 months.
What I've recently learned in the sneaker business is that there is real competition to Nike. I am a Nike person sporting them today.
I was gonna say, I have Brooks on
All
today.
of my Duke socks.
They're in my bag at my desk, my Nikes.
What, you're a Nike person?
I think I'm whatever shoe looks nice and
So
feels
you're not brand
comfortable.
loyal.
But I will say I do wear my Nikes
Emily?
to the gym. So, well, when I was at UVA, I
Yes.
was brand loyal to Nike.
Okay.
Because we had a
Because you were
we
a
had backing by
dancer.
Nike. Yes.
And
Okay.
that was part of your that was your thing. They outfitted you guys.
They outfitted us in Nike, which was great. But I will say, at least in not so much on sports, but in streetwear, they have not had like a hit product recently.
Okay.
Adidas has had the Samba sneaker. That's been huge. That's been all over
Okay.
the streets of New York City, and Nike hasn't had that like.
What's like?
hit
But I see the
sneaker.
kids, which I put you guys in that category. The Hoka.
Oh right, and the Hokas too.
Hokas are comfortable.
Yeah.
I will say that's a comfortable sneaker, but I did hear that apparently Skechers are coming back. I found that out last week.
They do a lot of marketing with
My son
celebrities.
goes to college in California, so he's all about the Vans.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
He's got the California cool
Skaters.
thing on. Yeah, exactly. He's
The vibe.
into
But
that.
VF Corp, I feel like have they been doing well?
I don't know.
Can
But I mean,
check.
what's going on with Coinbase?
So, okay, again, that was a stock that I was planning to talk about how it was lower because Bitcoin has dropped from above the 100K level to now down to 97,000, but it's higher. I mean, a lot of these kind of speculative area stocks this morning, Robinhood, Coinbase, all part of
All
that
over
Trump
this.
trade, were lower this morning. Now they're higher. So this is just going to have to be an area that we watch
Yeah.
for the rest of the year.
And I think that reflects what's happened to Bitcoin. Again,
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin's at 97,000 now. It was
In 97?
just all over the place after having reached a high of 107,000 just as Tom King would say, a cup of coffee ago. So,
So the ETF that I'm on the dashboard through the live feed, the BITO is trading at 24.97. So it's moving, it's steadily moving up. So it's still lower than pre-Fed announcement, but I suspect that it's gonna break 100,000 again. I mean, it's going up, especially with Trump getting into office.
here, so she was on BTV?
She was on
Wow,
Bloomberg
she came out. I
Television
haven't seen her.
yesterday.
I
She
haven't seen her
reiterated
forever.
that forecast, but she has had this forecast, this above 1
Yeah.
million Bitcoin for a couple years
So
now.
Tesla's rocking, so now she comes out of her, she comes back out and talks. All right, very good. Appreciate that. Emily Griffeo, Bloomberg News, covering what's happening in the world.
Not only do I tell you how to improve your health, I'm also telling you how to make some money in the market. If you listen to what I'm saying, you can make some money. And you can go to the store and purchase some of the products to improve your health. So you can enjoy the money you made by listening to me.
Just kind of how the whole process here is unwinding in Washington. We've got a couple of civilians, President-elect Trump and Elon Musk, right smack in the middle of the discussion in the news cycle. And I've got a president of the United States who I haven't heard anything from. So how's this developing?
Because
Well, I
Biden's an
think
idiot.
Biden has ceded sort of the negotiating power of the Democrats to Hakeem Jeffries, who's the Democratic leader in the House of Representatives, and Chuck Schumer, senator from New York, who's still the majority leader of the United States Senate till January 3rd. So basically Biden said, you decide what our position will be, and I'll likely, sign it. So he ceded all of that negotiating power to them. And I think this is really important for everyone to remember. We have a bicameral legislature. The founders set it up this way on purpose. Two institutions that have very different electoral incentives, very different internal structure, different terms of office. And we're seeing that play out right now. I mean, the Senate's just literally hanging out, waiting for the House to deliver something, and the Democrats control the Senate. So all of this is about, well, if it passes the House, it'll go through. Not so fast. The Democratic-controlled Senate will say, no, we're not going to pass it. So the Democrats have some risk here because they could be party to the shutdown the way the Republicans are. And since it's a divided government right now, it's really unclear for the voters, who are you actually going to blame? Right now, the Democrats have decided they're going to blame Elon Musk. They have made Musk a target of their communications, and you're starting to see a little bit of this creep into some of those Republicans who voted against the package yesterday.
I mean, we just had a story that came out on the Bloomberg terminal saying that House Speaker Mike Johnson is currently strategizing a way to rush a spending bill through the chamber to avoid a government shutdown ahead of that midnight deadline that we've been talking about. I do know that the longest government shutdown in recent history was in 2018 under the Trump administration. It lasted 35 days. If we were to enter into a government shutdown, how do people actually analyze and predict the longevity of how long it could last?
Well, if you're thinking Trump and Trump's strategy, you think, well, if we're going to go into a shutdown, let's shut it down till I get inaugurated, and then of course we'll open it back up, because at that point the Republicans will control the House and the Senate, so we'll have more sway. And he's willing to sort of live with the costs that are incurred. Usually, a shutdown of this length usually costs several $1 billion, not only in pay for federal employees, but for all sorts of disruptions. To all sorts of services that the federal government provides to the economy. So you're going to see a cost here, but then Trump gets to be the hero by reopening the government on his terms. And I think that's the way he's thinking. The debt ceiling is the interesting question here, because the Republicans who voted against this bill yesterday really voted against it because the debt ceiling extension ran through 2027 and basically gave Trump an unlimited checkbook. And they are deficit hawks. And even they were not willing to go there for Donald Trump. So there must be something that they're sensing about how they would face the voters again in 26 that says we don't want to be responsible for blowing up the federal debt and the deficit even more than it is.
I mean, we're sitting here in December. We're still about a month away from Inauguration Day. Paul and I were chatting earlier. How typical is it historically that we have the president-elect implementing, weighing in on these things? Where is Biden and Harris in this conversation? Is this all typical?
I mean, it's we haven't had as much brinkmanship, let's say, in December with an election switch. We've certainly had brinkmanship with Ronald Reagan in December, with Barack Obama in December. So you've had sitting presidents have this issue. But the transition in power, I mean, it does really happen, right? I mean, you won the election, you're going to be president. But in terms of the Trump sway of the GOP, that's what we're talking about here, is that it is a wholly owned subsidiary of Donald Trump. But right now, we're seeing cracks in that coalition. And the question is, what's driving those cracks? Is it getting rid of Elon Musk? Is it thinking that this is just a bridge too far in terms of federal spending? Or is it they think they'll get some political gain by shutting it down and reopening under Trump with more capital with a Republican-controlled House and Senate? We're just not getting any real signals from the Republicans that matter, meaning the ones that voted against the bill yesterday. But a shutdown is not a way to start an administration. No matter what Donald Trump thinks, it's disruptive. And he's got very high approval ratings now. I'm not sure those are going to go higher by inconveniencing a lot of people over the next couple of weeks.
Wendy, do some people in Washington on either side or both sides of the aisle, do they view President-elect Trump as maybe even a lame duck president? I don't really need to bend over backwards for this guy because he's only here for 4 years.
Well, certainly if you're a senator that was elected in 2024, or even 2022.
It's called the midterm elections. They need to play ball with Trump or they're going to be primaried. I have to restart the spaces. I ran out of battery here, I apologize.
thinking you're probably going to outlast Trump. But then again, lots of people thought Trump might not run again, get the nomination, and win again.
Right.
I just don't think you can underestimate Donald Trump's political power. But you have an economy that seems to be humming along in terms of growth, and the employment numbers are sort of okay, you know, not disastrous or anything. But inflation is really sticky. And the question is, if there isn't a real change in people's perception of the economy by the summer, I think a lot of Trump's clout could diminish, even among his own base. And then you're looking at the next electoral cycle. So that is where separation of powers is really crucial here. It creates different incentives, and we're seeing those incentives play out right now.
Wendy, I'm curious, do you know the intricacies of what the potential financial implications could be for non-essential government workers? Do they get paid retroactively, or do they just go without pay?
Typically, Congress insists on passing a separate bill to authorize retroactive pay for federal employees that have been furloughed or not paid during a shutdown. So, you know, it varies depending on the shutdown, depending on the Congress. You can see where most people would want to see people paid for work that they do. But if you're not working, then there could be an argument, well, you weren't working, so this is a blow to the federal government, and we're not paying you for work that you didn't do. You know, the problem with the Republican Party is that the federal government civilian force is large and diverse and spread out all across the country. So in every congressional district, there will be federal employees or people associated with the federal government that will lose income because of a shutdown. And those Congress people are going to hear from those employees. So this becomes very sticky if they don't agree to retroactively reimburse these employees. But remember, the reason that Donald Trump, quote unquote, caved in 2018 and reopened the government was that the FAA and air traffic controllers and sort of our TSA employees, all of that became very difficult for people who weren't getting paid and decided not to show up for work. And that clog in the economy is what pushed Trump to the table. And so that's why it's curious that he'd want to start his administration with another clog in the economy.
All right, Wendy, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Wendy Schiller, she's a professor at Brown University, and she is the interim director of the Watson.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements that I offer. These are supplements that I take every day. I stack it, you know, to maximize the efficiency of taking these types of supplements. So just follow my lead and you'll do better, all right? One of the supplements that I offer is the Max 35 and the Max 14. The Max 35 and the Max 14, you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20-30 seconds, and swallow it. Do that every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, all right? This is part of my protocol. It's a 3-pillar protocol. Neutralize pathogens, lower inflammation, and soak up free radicals. So this is the first pillar. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35 or the Max 14. Now, the second pillar, which brings down inflammation, is turmeric and ashwagandha. How it works is turmeric brings down inflammation, but it's also an antioxidant, so soaks up free radicals. And ashwagandha controls blood glucose levels and cortisol levels. So by controlling that, you're going to be lowering inflammation. Now that's great, because that's improving your immune system and your cardiovascular system. You bring down inflammation at the cardiovascular level, you're reducing the chances of further plaque development, because it starts with inflammation. Plaque development starts with inflammation. You reduce the inflammation, bam, you're reducing plaque formation. But there's other things to it. So I do have a box called the Longevity Cardiovascular Health Box, right? That has lots of other supplements that you stack this together and you can actually reduce the chances of building up further plaque and reduce the plaque that you've already formed. Guess what? I'm telling you how to actually improve your heart health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric and get the ashwagandha. It's the second pillar to my protocol. All right. Now, the live live stream for Bloomberg is still on, they're still on commercial break. What I want to do is, the S&P 500 is now trading at 5,940, so it's going up. It's going up, like I said, all right? And the Euro USD is trading at 1.04, so the dollar is weakening a little bit. And the yen is at 156.37, so the yen is gaining a little bit relative to the euro. And guess what? BITO is going up. It's trading at 24.97, so it's almost at 25. VIX is going down at about 18.86. Now let's go to CNN, because Zelensky calls Putin a dumbass. And we wonder why we're almost in World War III.
Your connections to the past are waiting. Get Ancestry DNA for only $39.
We're getting word of multiple fires and injuries in Ukraine's capital following the latest round of Russian strikes on Kyiv. Officials say at least one person was killed and 9 others injured in the bombardment early Friday. Heating systems and infrastructure were damaged in several parts of the city. CNN crews on the ground described the explosions as loud and intense. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia may have used ballistic missiles in the attack. We'll keep an eye on this story and bring you the latest. Meanwhile, political correctness was out the window on Thursday as Ukraine's president spoke. Counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky addressed a European Council meeting in Brussels asking for more air defense systems to protect Ukraine's energy infrastructure. He also responded to an idea floated by Russian President Vladimir Putin during his annual press conference, suggesting it would be interesting to see Ukraine's air defenses take on Russia's new Oreshnik ballistic missile. On a response on social media, Zelensky posted a video of the conference and called the Russian leader a, quote, dumbass in the text above it. His verbal response was no more flattering. Listen to this.
He says that we will strike somewhere in Kyiv, for example, with the Oreshnik, our new bomb, and let them put up air defenses. And let's see what happens. Do you think this is an adequate person? Just a scumbag.
Now, Putin, in his press conference, talked about the war in Ukraine and a possible meeting with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump, who's expected to push for peace talks. But as Brian Todd reports, the Russian leader isn't putting his cards on the table yet.
In the tightly choreographed, celebrated ritual that's become his year-end news conference, the 72-year-old Russian president spoke about the possibility of meeting with President-elect Donald Trump after Trump takes office.
I don't know when we'll meet because he hasn't said anything about it. I haven't spoken to him at all in over 4 years. Of course, I'm ready for this at any time, and I will be ready for a meeting if he wants it.
Vladimir Putin's claim that he hasn't spoken with Trump in more than 4 years contradicts reporting by journalist Bob Woodward that the two men have had as many as 7 conversations since 2021. Trump has also denied having multiple calls with Putin since leaving office. But Trump told CNN last May he could end Russia's war on Ukraine within 24 hours, a promise he repeated throughout the 2024 campaign, though offering few specifics.
We'll be talking to President Putin, and we'll be talking to the representatives, Zelensky and Representative.
What's the common theme in the media? You try to reduce the pork spending in Congress, and you get demonized. Elon Musk. If you try to reduce the war effort by the national security state, you get demonized. Heaven forbid we have peace on this earth, because the national security state wouldn't have anything to do.
From Ukraine, we got to stop it. It's carnage.
One analyst says Putin is being ultra careful when publicly discussing a potential meeting with Trump.
He says, yes, I'm open to discussing, etc., but he doesn't really get specific. And I think that is because he doesn't know exactly what Trump is going to propose.
At the news conference in Moscow Thursday, Putin put a positive spin on his war in Ukraine, insisting Russian forces will push the Ukrainian army out of the southern Russian region of Kursk, where it's been since August.
The guys are fighting. There's a battle going on right now, and serious battles. It's unclear why. There is no military sense in the Ukrainian armed forces entering the Kursk region, or holding on there now as they're doing, throwing their best units there to be slaughtered.
Trump has said the Biden administration's decision to allow Ukraine to hit targets deep inside Russia with American-made missiles could escalate the war. And he again lambasted that move this week.
Certainly not just weeks before I take over. Why would they do that without asking me what I thought? I thought it was a very stupid thing to do.
But one analyst says this.
I think it strengthens Donald Trump's hand as he enters office because he will have a Ukraine that continues to have a bargaining chip, a Ukraine that can potentially pressure the Russian president.
At the Moscow news conference, during the entire 4.5 hours of it, Vladimir Putin never spoke about and was never asked about the thousands of North Korean troops fighting alongside the Russians in the Kursk region, and there may be good reason for Putin's omission. In recent days, U.S. and South Korean officials have told CNN the North Koreans have suffered hundreds of casualties there, including about 100 believed to have been killed. Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
Right, let's dig deeper into Mr. Putin's statements at his press conference. For that, we're joined from Washington by CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, thank you so much for being with us. Always good to see you. So, Vladimir Putin, we heard Matthew Chance outline there that he essentially said in his annual address that he was ready to compromise, that he was willing to have possible talks with Donald Trump. Just walk us through what that actually looks like, because if Putin is willing to negotiate, can the U.S., can the Ukrainians actually trust that the Russians are actually going to stick to their side of any kind of ceasefire agreement?
Well, the short answer to that, Zane, is they cannot. I thought it was very interesting that you mentioned that he would be willing to speak to Trump, but not mentioning Zelensky at all. And of course, that fits with the Russian narrative that Ukraine is not worthy of being a country. It is not worthy of being, in their view, of being an independent state. So this fits the narrative. And if the United States makes the mistake of conducting business about Ukraine without the Ukrainians, then that would be not only a significant mistake, but it would be a very detrimental blow to the Ukrainian war effort, both diplomatically and militarily. So the way this would work is if the Russians decided that they were in enough of a position of strength to negotiate a peace or a ceasefire of some type, they would probably try to do it alone with the United States. The United States should not agree to that. They should insist that the Ukrainians be part of any deal and of any negotiation, and that would be, I think, a critical factor, and that might even stop the negotiations from happening, at least at this particular point in time.
When you mentioned that any kind of U.S. brokered deal would obviously be a mistake, and obviously it would be a huge blow to Zelensky. I mean, they've been fighting for 2 years now, and for that to essentially go to waste would be, devastating for the Ukrainians. My question to you, though, is what message, I think, equally as important, does that send to the rest of Europe? I mean, the former Soviet republics that, a lot of people are worried could be next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and especially the Baltic states, Poland, any of those areas would potentially be at risk. And what it would mean for the Europeans is that they would absolutely have to up the ante when it comes to their own defenses. Many countries, the Baltics and Poland specifically, have increased their defense budgets considerably. NATO has more members now with the addition of Finland and Sweden. Finland, of course, having a long border with the Russians, and that would be, I think, a critical element. So the Europeans would potentially have to move troops closer to the front lines with the Russians. They are considering putting troops in Ukraine after a ceasefire deal is reached, but the problem is how to get to that particular point. And the Europeans really don't have, at the moment, the diplomatic muscle to, by themselves, broker a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. And that, Therein, I think, lies the crux of the problem. The Europeans are dependent on the United States, both diplomatically and militarily, at the present time, and they need to find a way to get beyond that particular point and make sure that they can safeguard their eastern borders. And by safeguarding their eastern borders, that means making sure that Ukraine stays a free and independent country.
And just in terms of the North Koreans, I mean, the North Koreans, a lot of them are going home in body bags, and President Zelensky did say, listen, there is absolutely no reason why North Korean soldiers should be willing to fight for and die for Vladimir Putin, especially because this war is so unnecessary. Just walk us through what the North Koreans specifically have gotten out of this relationship.
There's certainly the individual soldiers who are fighting and dying for this cause, however you might want to term it. They are not getting anything out of it except for military training. Now, on the strategic level, the North Koreans are most likely getting all kinds of data from the Russians. They're getting data that will help them with their missile programs, potentially also for their nuclear program. They are getting aid from the Russians, and in essence, the North Koreans are joining in a kind of a partnership, not only with Russia, but also with China and distantly with Iran, that is basically designed to circumvent Western sanctions that are directed against Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And so those efforts are at a strategic level very important for the North Koreans because they need every possible means to gain things like foreign exchange, foreign technologies, and those technologies would include the ability to target U.S. military installations in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as, of course, South Korean installations and South Korean infrastructure.
Right, Colonel.
Before we go to the next video, please help support my work by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high-quality structural nanosilver soaps that I have. I have it in peppermint. I also have it in oatmeal or in charcoal tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household. They're great as gifts. They're very high quality. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver soaps. Also, I have structural nanosilver toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. All right? So, it'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, neutralize pathogens, reduce inflammation at the gum line. And by having good oral hygiene, what's going to happen is that you are reducing the chances of valvular disease and cardiovascular disease. So please, trust me on this. This is the best toothpaste you're going to be able to get. It has no fluoride in it. It has structural nanosilver. It'll neutralize pathogens and improve your oral hygiene. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And since we're talking about cardiovascular disease, you need to take supplements to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease. All right? How do you do that? A lot of different ways. Bring down inflammation, but also you want to control your total cholesterol. You want to improve the composition of your cholesterol. There's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. Omega-3 is a supplement you should be taking every day. This will lower LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. By doing that, you're improving your total cholesterol. And when you're improving your total cholesterol, and you're reducing your LDL, what happens is you're reducing the chances of LDL being oxidized. And it's oxidized LDL that creates plaque. It's the first step. So you don't want oxidized LDL because you don't want plaque. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3, take it every day. It's a high quality supplement. And follow my protocol on this. Now I also have a longevity cardiovascular health box that has lots of different supplements that you stack together to reduce the chances of plaque formation and reduces already built up plaque. All right? So just pay attention to me. I've said many times on different videos on how to do this. It's something I do to maintain my cardiovascular health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, with that said, what the hell is going on in the world? All right, Fox has just published something just recently, so let's go to that. Too many commercials.
I want an ad.
Every reason is the right.
Meanwhile, Fox sources revealing that Trump's team was actually in secret talks with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer for weeks in order to get the debt limit included in the bill. Speaker Johnson negotiated a separate spending deal with Schumer, regardless, we're told. Lawmakers now racing for Plan C ahead of the shutdown deadline at midnight tonight. Joining me now is New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. She's a member of the House Ways and Means and Science, Space, and Technology Committees. Congresswoman, it's good to see you. What can you tell us this morning?
Great to see you. Look, I think Speaker Johnson has developed hide like an elephant to deal with all these people that are sabotaging everything. I have a 180-degree opinion that Victoria Spartz does. I respect all of my colleagues, and I don't like to disparage anyone, but this is almost an impossible job. We do not control the Senate. We do not control the White House. It is irresponsible to say to the rest of the Republican conference, as some of these people have there, we're going to find one little thing that we're not going to vote for. We cannot get everything we want in this bill, and the Speaker knows that. The Speaker is playing high-level chess, while so many of our colleagues, unfortunately, are playing checkers. They're playing into the hands of the Democrats, who control the Senate. Schumer, every time people like Victoria and some of these other members get up and say the same old kind of message board rhetoric you're seeing that she's, kind of putting out there, Chuck Schumer rests easy. He says, oh, they can't lead, they can't put themselves together. The Speaker has tried every angle, knowing that we have to get a bill to pass the Democrats in the House or in the Senate, and we've got to get, the president or whoever is standing in for the president, which we know are, leftover Obama, Marxist type people that are going to run our government in a shutdown, by the way. That's why this is so different, and why so many, I see in the social media world, Maria, there is a huge difference when you shut the government down and you're the party in power. I was there when Chuck Schumer shut the government down in 2017 and President Trump made his historic meeting in the White House with Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and turned the media to see what really happens. And that was amazing what President Trump was going to do. Guess what he did? He did not hurt the American people. We have a Joe Biden, you just reported on this all morning, Maria, who is not present. Where is Joe Biden? This White House is being run by staffers who were likely, many of them worked for President Obama. What's going to happen when we have a government shutdown and all of government is going to be controlled by these staffers who are going to decide the fate of the American people? Unelected people standing in the place who are, by the way, angry, they're retaliatory. Are they going to help the Republicans and President Trump going into the new year? This is like a Christmas gift for them. This is like, let's get impeachment, let's get J6, let's get lawfare, everything all in one to sabotage this president incoming instead of giving him a clean slate. Why would the Democrats want to give him a clean slate? Maria, this is strategy. And let me tell you something. My favorite philosopher in this arena is Sun Tzu. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. All the tactics that many on our side are engaging in are self-serving. They are not serving the House. The Speaker is trying to get President Trump on the other side so that we can get the majority in January and we can get President Trump in office. It doesn't matter who the Speaker is right now. And remember something, Maria, the role of the Speaker, he is the most conservative Speaker we're going to have ever, the most principled, the most decent guy that we're going to have in this office. He's also courageous. I'm sick of hearing that he's weak and he doesn't work with us. I hear from the Speaker every single day. Where are you on this? His team is everywhere. This guy is doing a great job in a very difficult situation with people who will be known no matter what. So how are we going to get President Trump's agenda through next year? How are we going to get it through? And we have people that are no out of the box.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the agenda next year because we all know about that debate as well. But who was it who slipped in this item in the last CR that enabled Congress to block any subpoenas on emails? I mean, President Trump, when he first, after Vivek and Elon read the first 1,500+ page CR, President Trump came out and said, who the heck would put this in to shield Liz Cheney from her January 6th commission and all the emails, whereas if you want to subpoena emails in Congress, then it could be blocked. I mean, who snuck that item in there?
I am sure that it is someone on Chuck Schumer's team and on that side that wanted to make sure it was in. It's certainly not the Republicans.
So Mike Johnson didn't read it. So then Mike Johnson just missed it. He didn't read it. I mean, how is it possible that we didn't know that until Vivek and Elon pointed it out?
Well, I'm not sure that's true. I think this could have been a deal breaker. That it was. I'm not sure of the language actually that is in there. The speaker. Okay. So guess what the speaker did? So he brought this bill out. Republicans had a chance to vote no because they didn't like one little thing in it. Look, I don't like any of these bills. I want us to go back to regular order and get things through appropriations. But you know what, Maria? We control the House. We can't get our bills through appropriations. So we're jammed up again because we have no consensus. And we have people that absolutely are hard-nosed on certain things, which is what concerns me the most, Maria. We have an historic opportunity next year. If we can't get this done and get over to the other side next year, how are we going to get the tax cuts? How are we going to unleash American energy? How are we going to fix the border? How are we going to do that in a bill where we can allow one person to sit out? You're going to have a Thomas Massey, or you're going to have a Chip Roy, or some of these people. They don't care, as they showed yesterday, what President Trump has to say. They are not concerned about President Trump's agenda. They are concerned about getting the social media engagement. And I don't want to completely disparage them because they are strong, smart people who believe in something. But you know what? Our government is found on compromise. And I'm as conservative as they are. I just understand that if you want to win, you've got to be governing. And if President Trump doesn't have a governing majority, we're not going to get our agenda through. And who's going to suffer? The American people. And go back and look at what, from George Washington, his farewell speech. At some point, we have to look at the greater good of America, not the individual one thing I can't vote for. I heard members all day yesterday. I can't vote because we took the debt ceiling.
Never-ending increasing of the debt ceiling is a major problem, and it's kicking the can down the road for making America less productive. We need to stop the wasteful spending. So I disagree with her. No.
Oh. Well, President Trump said take the debt ceiling out. He doesn't believe in the debt ceiling. Larry Kudlow yesterday said take the debt ceiling out. So we can respectfully disagree, but at some point, when
Trump's
you have a
wrong.
seat majority, are you going to surrender to the Democrats? Because here's the problem. I am all for shutdown. President Trump is in charge.
They're saying Mike Johnson is surrendering to the Democrats. That's why his leadership role is being questioned right now. Do you think his leadership role is in jeopardy? And the vote is January 3rd.
Probably because there are people that won't vote for him. I think he's done a really good job as Speaker in a really difficult situation. But here's the situation. Who are they going to put in that's going to do a better job?
Well, there's never going to be anyone. Kevin McCarthy brought in some great bills. Congressman Jim Jordan, Congressman Byron Donalds, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. I mean, there's even people who are talking about Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Talk about unelected. Would you vote for any of these people for Speaker, or are you going to vote for Mike Johnson?
Look, we'll see who's up in the Speaker race. I voted for Jim Jordan last time when he was up for Speaker, and then he didn't get the votes. I voted, and then that was it. And then Mike Johnson came up, and that's who we had. But understand, here's another important point, Maria, for you next year. If we don't have a Speaker on January 3rd, and we go through the circus that we went in with everybody demanding and leveraging Kevin McCarthy like we did last year, when they were in his Speaker race, and we don't get a Speaker by January 6th, this is a presidential year, we cannot certify our President Trump to be the President of the United States to start the agenda in order for him to take office on January 20th. What? So are we going to continue to scapegoat a Speaker who I think is doing a very tough job in a very tough environment where he knows people don't understand, and I talk to my constituents every day, Why aren't you guys putting the Doge Acts in? Well, I introduced those with Marsha Blackburn. You know why they're not in? Chuck Schumer controls the Senate. We do not have the majority yet. We do not control the White House. And you know, when you do a shutdown, Maria, those are the people who, they control the bureaucracy.
Yeah.
They can say to TSA, let's take 20,000 TSA agents off during Christmas. And you can wait 3 or 4 hours in the next couple of days. They can say shut down the border and or shut down the border agents and let everybody across the border. Do you think they're really going to like help us in the next couple of days if we shut down?
Well,
Of course not. All right, so what else is happening here? Let's see here. What's going on here? Kellyanne Conway reacts to bombshell report on White House cover-up. What's that about?
With Spectrum's Easy Self-Install Kit, turn on the anniversary mix. You can feel at home in minutes.
welcome back. Well, today marks exactly 1 month until President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration. President Biden is being slammed for what some people are saying is quiet quitting, as he fails to lead his fellow Democrats through this massive funding fight, which is the top story. It could see the government shut down by midnight tonight. Where's Biden? This morning, Speaker Mike Johnson said Republicans have a new plan to fund the government after the House failed to pass the Trump-backed slim-down bill last night. This new plan, which we just learned about 20 minutes ago, is reportedly a temporary fix, expected to be voted on this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Joining me now is New York Times bestselling author, KA Consulting president, Fox News contributor, pollster, and former senior counselor to President Trump, Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne, good to see you. Your reaction to all of this? We're waiting on a new plan, but Joe Biden has been absent.
He's been absent for a while. If you read the Wall Street Journal account this week, Marie, it's truly devastating. I mean, how the lengths to which his entire staff went to cover his obvious lack of mental and physical agility, ability, energy, and acuity. Maria, not just in these waning months, and not just since the debate on June 27th, which laid it all bare and made it unignorable, but for years, owing back to the 2020 campaign. That's how that piece in the Wall Street Journal opens, where stop comparing Jill Biden's energy to Joe Biden's, and I think her communications director was upgraded. Folks, why is this relevant? It's relevant because the Democrats are actually everything they accuse the Republicans and Trump of being. They have lied, not misled. They have lied to the American public about the commander-in-chief's ability to do the job for years.
I'm going to go to MSNBC. They're demonizing Elon.
The Office of Management and Budget has been working with agencies since last week to make sure plans for an orderly shutdown are up to date. The deadline, midnight tonight. Chris Matthews, you're a veteran of Washington. You have been in and covered fights like this before, with one exception. We've never seen a fight like this before with a role played like the one right now by Elon Musk.
No, nothing like it here. You've heard of a bull in a china shop. This guy's an elephant in a china shop. These negotiations between the House Democrats and the House Republicans are very fragile. There's a one vote majority for the Republicans. The voters voted for that. They didn't vote. They really voted to divide the House of Representatives effectively. And so that deal has to hold. You have to have Democrats aboard, because there's 30 or 40 Republicans who will not vote with their party. They will always vote against any extension of the debt ceiling or anything like that that includes more government spending. And so you need Democrats. It has to happen that way. And then along comes Musk with all his trillions of dollars, basically.
We really need to have the Democrats on board with pork spending and have a 1,500 plus omnibus bill to be able to keep the government open. It's all Elon's fault, because he's not willing to play ball with the Democratic Party and just keep the pork spending. No, shut down the government.
Doesn't know anything about civics. The House is divided. You have to make a deal. He doesn't understand that. He has thrown this whole thing up in the air, and it's good.
You have to make a deal. That sounds like someone that is at the negotiating table and they're worried about not getting their windfall, and they're all worried. Oh, you have to make a deal. Why? Why do we have to make a deal? Why? Oh, the government's going to shut down. So what? They're worried of not getting their pork. And that's the reason why Elizabeth Warren is saying, you know what? They're probably going to get closer to the 1,500 page bill that's passed than the 116 page proposal for Plan B. And these, wonderful commentators, Chris Matthews, remember when he was on Hardball and then he got kicked out for saying something about, I think it was about George Bush Jr., but he said something, I forgot what it was. But, and his career went down the toilet, but literally, he is saying, spend money we don't have to keep a government open that perhaps doesn't need to be opened. Now, let's just demonize the billionaire.
But probably a government shutdown tonight because of him personally.
So, Claire McCaskill, let's talk about this moment. First of all, let's not lose sight of the real implications if the government does shut down, people who will not be paid just before the holidays. We also should note about...
I'm pretty sure they get paid at the end of the month. So if they're on furlough, all right, they'll get paid the amount of work that they work. But why is someone living paycheck to paycheck? Now, I know there are some family members, families out there that have hardship. But you're telling me that people working for the government are having hardship? I don't think so. And most of them, not maybe most, but a lot of them are working at home. Because they're remote workers? No, we shut down the government. Let's see what happens. Let's see how many cards fall down. Let's see how big of a house of cards the government really is. No, let's test this out. Let's put a little bit of stress testing on the system.
Seems to be offering a preview of what's to come, and this talk of a unified Republican government, well, right now it seems like it's just a recipe for more chaos.
Yeah, well, first, Trump looked tiny yesterday. He looked like a very little man, and that has got to be bugging him.
No, you got to demonize Trump. Yeah, they're trying to egg him on. They're egging him on in the media. This is MSNBC, right? They're egging him on this ultra-lib media by saying President-elect Elon Musk and little man Trump. Why are you egging it on? Unless you're at the table and you're afraid that you're going to lose a deal. I'm telling you, the ultra-libs need, not want, need the pork.
He not only had to follow Musk's lead, he then couldn't deliver votes at a time when he's trying to convince everyone there's a massive mandate for him and everybody wants to be his friend, and then whoops, the brakes got put on. The other thing that's really interesting about this is, yes, there are real consequences to a government shutdown. Elon Musk doesn't understand that. He thinks a government shutdown is great. He thinks we should shut down the government entirely until Donald Trump becomes president. Obviously, real people are hurt. Millions of real people are hurt by that. But here's the...
How? Shutting down the government for... think about it. Back in the old days, because I'm, an old man now. Back in the olden days when I was a kid, I remember in December, we would have a foot of snow. Sometimes 2 feet. And there would be a lot of snow and snow plowing, and you know, schools would be closed for maybe 2 or 3 days. The city would be a little bit less, a little less traffic, and you know, things. I remember times in the 70s where there were ice storms and the power would go out for like 5 days. No, we can close the government from December 20th to January 2nd. It's not going to do that much. I'm sure that, you know, we're still chasing ET in the sky. Don't worry about it. No, we can shut down the government. We need to shut down the government. Bullshit.
Directives coming. Here's the deal. You got 40 Republicans that have never voted, or around 40, that have never voted to extend the debt limit without spending cuts. And Trump is against spending cuts. Elon Musk thinks he's going to do all these spending cuts. Donald Trump doesn't want spending cuts. He wanted the deficit up. He loves to spend money. He loves debt. He thinks debt is the way to success. He doesn't care about the debt. So he said last...
Trump wants to reduce wasteful spending. Let's use the right words, honey. And I'll tell you, women that have glasses like that, I'm telling you, it's got that libtard kind of glass design look. I can't take it anymore.
Right, after his failure, do not do a deal without extending the debt limit all the way till after my next term. So there's going to be a train wreck here between Elon Musk, who thinks he's going to cut $2 trillion out of the deficit, out of the budget, and Donald Trump, who frankly could give a rat's you know what about cutting any spending.
And some of the spending, as was pointed out yesterday, that is being cut, you know, really important, even life-saving measures that frankly add up to a pittance in the grand scale of this spending deal. And our friend said...
Now think about this for a second. Who is the recipient of those spending add-ons? That just are, just a pittance. Are they going to certain companies that maybe senators have stock in? Is it going to donors that help with a campaign? To maybe a company they own? Or they're a board that they're on? Is it going to certain nonprofits? Why? Follow the money. Oh, it's just a little bit. It's only 200 million. Oh, it's just a little bit here. It's another 100 million there. It's only 50 million there, but it adds up. And that's what Elon is talking about. Really life-saving. You notice how this clown, whoever he is on MSNBC, I don't even know his name, how he was speaking with, you know, such emphasis of emotion, really life-saving. What sort of provisions did they put in that bill that was going to be so life-saving that doesn't cost that much? Let's find out.
Stein highlighted one of these with a new piece in the Bulwark, which details that one of the key items missing out of the Republican-crafted government legislation is funding for a cancer research program named after a 10-year-old Virginia girl who died from an inoperable brain tumor in 2013. It originally passed back in 2014 in a deal between...
So Elon killed the budget deal. They're trying to demonize Elon. Cancer research for kids was collateral damage. First of all, the way research works, if it's good research, it usually takes years. You know, years. It's not just, oh, we're going to have a solution. They've been having cancer research going all the way back to the 1940s. You know, Donna Faber, you know, Foundation. Really? It's really going to move the needle between now and the next bill that will pass? It's really going to change things? Yeah, bullshit. This is the problem with the Democratic Party. This is the problem with the ultra-lib media. It's emotional fallacy. Shut down the fucking government. Let's just see what breaks. And if it breaks, we can fix it. It's okay. It's not gonna be that bad. Just shut it down. See what breaks.
Congressional Republicans and then President Obama, a Democrat. But now it needs to be extended. Negotiators thought it would sail through, at least until Elon Musk went on an X rampage, tweeting that the bill was antithetical to conservative, small government ambitions and threatening primaries of lawmakers who supported it. And Gene, Sam also yesterday highlighted on Twitter.
You know what Elon should do? Elon should write a check for the amount that they were going to fund for the cancer research, which I believe was $190 million. But I could be a little bit off on that. Just write the check and say, don't put it in the bill. I'll pay for it. Because $190 million doesn't mean anything to Elon. Just to shut up the stupid libs. Fucking retards.
Research group that does work with helping children with cancer. Their tweet from a few days ago celebrating that they thought this vital funding was going to be included, and now suddenly it's out.
Yeah, I mean, it'll come as a surprise to Elon Musk, I guess, but this is what the government does. The government funds for research.
Okay, all right. The government does do basic research and it's important. Okay, I grant you that. That's important. But why does the national security state need a bunch of money? Maybe the national security state should get less money so cancer research could be offered. Oh, that's a great idea.
Just this, not just cancer research, not just research on children's cancer, which obviously is vitally important and much needed, but all kinds of research, including basic research that doesn't have immediate application, but that leads to world-changing inventions and discoveries.
I would be interested to know in that bill what that cancer research is really going for. Is it going for messenger RNA testing? Is it going for, what's the details? Is it just a slush fund for any kid cancer research? Or a certain type of research? A certain type of therapeutic? Who owns those companies? I'd like to know this. Because I'm willing to bet that if you follow the dots, you're going to start understanding why they think cancer for kids research is so important. I'm willing to bet that the needle doesn't move much with that research.
That's a hugely important thing that our government does that seems to be directly in the crosshairs of Doge and Elon Musk and those who just frankly don't understand what our government is, much less what it does. And
no. He understands what it is and what it does. The problem is that it's not doing what it should be doing, and being beholden to the will of the people and not, the will of the lobbying group. What the government is. No, it should be what the government should be. not what it is. I'll tell you, we're run by a bunch of idiots. A bunch of fucking idiots. Literally run by a bunch of idiots. Non-stop.
For Chris Matthews, just because you have seen everything, you haven't seen this. Where do we go from here? The Republicans do not have a majority and will not have a majority on any spending bill, right? We should stop saying they have any sort of majority. In fact, because of those 30 or 40 who will never vote for essentially increased spending. So how do we get past this and can
just drive the car off of the cliff and let's see what breaks. It's America.
Does it take Donald Trump just to put his foot down? He seemed to try to do that yesterday. It didn't seem to work. What happens?
Well, I think one of the reasons this...
Here are 3 reasons why you should use Codecademy to learn how to code. Now, before I get to number 1, you need to know that right now, they're running a sale of 50% off on a year of their plan. Normally it's $20 a month, but I don't know how long the sale will last, and right now it's...
You don't need to learn how to code. You don't need to learn how to code anymore. You know why? Because AI can code for you. So if you have a kid that's going into computer science, tell them to stop going into computer science. Guess what? There's no jobs in the future for coders. Period.
One of the reasons this whole problem is happening this weekend, which is probably a government shutdown, is the message sent by Senate Republicans. They've got 53 seats in the Senate, a real majority. They can take a couple of losses. But, you know, they've been eating everything this guy's thrown at them. All the dead fish he's given us as nominees for department heads, and Pam Bondi and Bobby Kennedy Jr. Give me a break. HHS for Bobby Kennedy Jr.? Are you kidding? We're talking about whether we're going to investigate.
Why shouldn't we have RFK Jr. at HHS? He has some good ideas, like actually doing evidence-based testing on therapeutics and inoculations. Let's do good testing. Let's find out synergistically what is happening. Let's investigate why there's so much fucking autism that's going on in the United States since 1986. Let's investigate what's going on with our water and our food supply. Maybe it's causing some problems. You know what? A lot of Parkinson's disease is because of pesticides. No, that can't be. Yeah, it is. But the powerful lobbying group that protects the chemical industry doesn't want to hear that. Shut that down. Keep that corn syrup in your food. You little American. Fructose corn syrup, little American for you every day. Why? Because a lobbying group loves fructose corn syrup. They make money on it. So you got to demonize someone that wants to shake the system. No, we need someone like RFK Jr. in there. Shake it up a little bit. Let's see what breaks. Once again, people at the table worried that their take at the trough is going to be taken away from them. That the smorgasbord of the American tax-paying pool is going to dry up. That's what they're worried about. That's what the lobbying groups are worried about. And guess what? These lobbying groups, these big ag companies, they advertise. They advertise a lot. Just like Big Pharma. They advertise a lot. And you know that a lot of that advertising dollars goes to MSNBC and CNN. Look at all the big farm commercials. Big pharma commercials that are on these networks. You think they're going to demonize the hand that feeds them? Fuck no. But they'll demonize Elon. You know why? Because he's not feeding them. He's not one of the hands that feed them. These people are so self-centered, on the take, and don't give a damn about America or the long-term prosperity and the economic future of future generations. How can someone literally say on MSNBC that spending more money recklessly beyond our means is going to be better for the future generations? How can they honestly say that? Really? Versus someone that's saying, let's tighten the belt, let's get more efficient, let's be more productive so we have a better future. Let's just use some common sense. You don't have to have a Ph.D. You don't have to have lots of education. Just use some fucking common sense.
Jonas Salk and the Salk vaccine for polio, and the greatest president of the 20th century was Franklin Roosevelt, who had polio, and Mitch McConnell, who had polio, and we're really talking about investigating Salk vaccine. Is that what we're doing here with the government? You know, I think the Democrats have got to call them out right now or next week or so. Just say, look, are you getting rid of the Department of Education? Put up or shut up. We don't want to hear any more about it. Are you going to get rid of that department? Are you going to get rid of the Peace Corps? Tell us all of the things you're going to get rid of. And do it right now. Tell us what you're really going to do. What are you throwing out the window, throwing in the trash can? Tell us now. Because you got to call this guy. And you got to make...
I think the first thing they should do is throw out Chris Matthews. And then the Department of Education. Because he's a product. He's pushing a product that is hurting Americans. And that's this ultra-liberal, top-down government horseshit that just keeps on wasting our money, wasting our resources, wasting our time. We, the people, don't benefit from it. It's the lobbying group that benefits. And the senators and the representatives that are on the take, which are mostly all of them. I mean, he literally looks like a sock puppet.
Stand up for the nonsense he believes in. Trump is running against government. Let's let it face. He's not running against any part of the government. He's running against the government. He doesn't like the Federal Department of Justice because they're going to get him. He doesn't affect all the people that tried to tear down the Capitol on January 6th. He wants to free all those people, pardon them all. He's the bad guy. You got to understand, he's the bad guy. And he's going to cut...
Oh, Trump's the bad guy. There was no entrapment going on during January 6th, was there? No, no, no. The government wasn't involved. No, there wasn't any demonization. And let's just forget about January 6th for a second. The government is not paying attention to the will of the people. I mean, just look at how this bill is being constructed. And the moment that the will of the people have an idea of the level of pork in it, wasteful spending, and the erosion of your constitutional freedoms, and the growing of the national security state, and the protection of certain representatives because of the illegal activities they were doing. No, when that light was shined on there and the will of the people saw it, they started getting a little upset. But heaven forbid that the government is for the will of the people. That's why January 6th happened. It wasn't about election. If you think that, you're done. Because there was a boiling anger. And that boiling anger has been happening. I put the delineation point right after 9/11. Where you had a national security state that took emergency powers and circumvented your constitutional freedoms. And until we go to a day where it's pre-9/11, we should hunt these fuckers down.
And it could be anything that Musk thinks of. And Musk is an idiot. He may be a genius at making money, but we have got to kill this habit of thinking everybody knows how to make money with e-cars or whatever else, who somehow knows something about civics. He doesn't know anything about running the House of Representatives. He doesn't know anything about getting a majority.
He doesn't know anything about how the deep state wants to run the House of Representatives. He doesn't know anything, or isn't inculcated on the way the sausage is made to fleece American citizens. But he knows enough to realize that our founding fathers didn't want this horseshit to be happening. But what has happened is that there is a national security state and a lobbying group that has taken over Congress, and this has been happening for decades. And oh, by the way, because of the whole nuclear deterrence and nuclear preparation and you know, the whole military stance against our enemies, they got to have emergency powers to be able to ward off a threat. Oh, you gotta give them lots of money for research, and you gotta give them lots of money for continuity of government. You gotta give them lots of money to build new weapon systems that don't work. No. No, 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 no. We want a government that works. Not a government what it is. Because what it is isn't working. Chris Matthews wants you to stay on the horse and buggy. Because that's the way it used to be. We don't need a car. We just need the horse and buggy. And just shit all over the town. Just shit all over the town. Because that's the way it's always been in Washington, D.C. Just shit all over America. No, maybe we should stop using the horse and the buggy and start becoming more efficient.
Vote. Howard Baker said you had to get to the third grade to be able to know how to win in the Senate. That's called 51 votes. You got to understand it. This clown, and he is a clown, knows nothing about government. He knows all about making money. And Bernie, one time, I actually can believe
if there's so, notice, CNN was demonizing, Bloomberg's demonizing, MSNBC is demonizing Elon and Trump. A lot of it's Elon. Why are they demonizing so much? Why are they spending so much time, so much anger against Elon? Because they know he's a fucking threat to their system. Heaven forbid you threaten the system. Danger, danger.
I actually agree with Bernie Sanders this time around. He's one of those millionaires and billionaires that stay out of our face. They make money, okay, but stop running the United States government. And that's what Musk is doing right now this weekend.
Keep those millionaires and billionaires out of our government. Well, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. There are so many millionaires in the Senate and in Congress. And a lot of them weren't millionaires when they took their oath of office. They ended up becoming millionaires when they were in Congress. So who's really running the fucking government? Chris? It's millionaires on the take from the lobbying groups. Fucking wake up. Dumbass.
Theory I do have, and I love it, is that Trump is planning to destroy Elon Musk. He puts him out there in the beginning, late in the Biden administration, and he has him destroy himself because he can't work with the Congress, he can't put together a coalition, he can't get 218 votes, which is the name of the game in House of Representatives. 218. I lived with that for 6 years with Tip O'Neill. If you don't get 218, you lose. Tell him that. And blame it all on Musk. And I think Trump would like to get rid of his new partner, his new dancing partner. I don't think he really wants him around. He doesn't like him around. He's basically saying already, when are you leaving? I think he means it.
I think that,
as he often does,
watching the relationship between Trump and Musk unfold in the coming months will certainly be a fascinating spectator sport.
As the world turns in America, please help support my work. Where else are you going to get some important information? All kidding aside, if you follow this stack that I'm going to tell you, you're really going to improve your health. Go to my store and get the vitamin K2. This is the MK7 molecule. This has a dual purpose. It will help with your bones, but also with your cardiovascular health. All right? So you should be taking this every day, but it works really well when you stack it with D3. So you should be taking vitamin K2 to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone health. Now, the reason why you take K2 is it helps with calcium absorption, right? But when you take it with D3, which also helps with calcium absorption, what's going to happen is that you're going, with a little bit of resistance training, you're going to strengthen your bones by depositing calcium in. You're stressing the bone, saying, I need a change of the matrix. So we have cells, we have osteoclasts and osteoblasts. Osteoclasts put bone, deposit bone, and osteoblast deposit bone, and osteoclast eats bone. So there's a remodeling that takes place. But over time, what happens is that you have more reduction of bone than depositing of bone, and so eventually people get osteoporosis. Well, if you do resistance training, you're maintaining that signal, that stress signal, to deposit bone in certain areas and thicken the bone, change the matrix. And your bone sheds over a 7-year period, all right? There's a shedding that's taking place in the matrix. Well, if you do a little bit of resistance training for 7 years, you're gonna have a lot of bone density, all right? You don't do anything for 7 years, you're gonna have a lot less bone density, all right? So it's important to do a little bit of resistance training. In addition, by getting that signal going, taking the K2 and the D3 together, you're going to have the nutrients to be able to deposit the bone in the areas that you've created the stress, which is really important. All right, so you should be working out your whole body to be able to strengthen it. This is part of the reason why, when you look at bodybuilders that do it the right way, right, and not on steroids, but they do it the right way, the bodybuilders will have higher density bone. All right? You don't hear a bodybuilder having a hip fracture. Why? Well, they do a lot of leg lifts. All right? So take vitamin K2 and D3 together. They'll help to soak up help to absorb the calcium as one of the ingredients that you're going to need to deposit bone. In addition, D3 is a gene expression cofactor. So your cells need D3 to express certain genes that the cells need to properly function. And guess what? D3 helps cells to go into apoptosis if they need to. So you're getting rid of cells that need to die, all right? So this is a great way to improve your health, improve your bone density, but also your cardiovascular. Because when you take K2 and D3 together, what's happening is that you're pulling out some of that calcium deposit out of the plaques. Now, there's a protocol that you need to use this. You have to also take D3. You take the D3, the K2, the C60 to lower free radicals. You take nattokinase and omega-3 to lower the LDL levels, so there's less LDL oxidation. You take the turmeric and the ashwagandha together to lower the inflammation, and over time what happens is you're slowly reducing the plaque buildup. So you have people that, they might get an ultrasound on the carotid. If anyone has done a stress test, and if you're 50 years old or more, you should be doing a stress test just to see what happens. But let's say you do a stress test. You get on, they put a 12 lead on you, right? And you're jogging on a treadmill, and they raise it up a little bit, and they're reading a ECG. All right? And that ECG is looking at all the leads to see the health of your heart as you're stressing the heart. That's why they call it a stress test. But once you get off the treadmill, your heart's pumping pretty fast, right? You're in tachycardia, all right? Your heart's pumping pretty fast. And so immediately there's an ultrasound that's done. And some of the more complicated machines, it's also Doppler. So you can look at the structure of the heart, the valves pumping really fast, see if there's any prolapse, any regurgitation, any stenosis, right? You're seeing the structure of the heart. You're testing it, all right? But they're also looking at arteries, like the carotid. And guess what? There's a lot of people that have blockage, and you'll be able to see it. And it's really cool when you see it in Doppler. Well, guess what? When there's blockage, that means you have higher blood pressure. That means that a potential clot can form because of the turbulence of the way the clot, the way the blockage is. There's a turbulence flow, and it could create a clot that could cause a stroke, or a little bit of breakage of the plaque cause a stroke. Do you really want that? I'm telling you, I'm literally telling you how to save your life. You can actually reduce that blockage. 1, change the way you eat. Do a little bit of exercise. Take the K2, take the D3, take the C60, take the turmeric, take the ashwagandha, take nattokinase, take omega-3, and you're bringing down all of the signals that cause further plaque development. And over time, the way these two things work, you're sucking out that plaque slowly. So after a year, let's say you do an ultrasound after a stress test. During your stress test, and you're doing an ultrasound, and you're 50% blocked. Not good. Could die. Guess what? If you change your diet and you do the proper supplementation, you can actually shrink that clot, or not the clot, but the plaque. Year later, you do another ultrasound, down to less than 25%. A lot better blood flow. Reduce the chances of further heart disease and reduce the chances of stroke. Wait another year, it's gone down even further. Wait another year, it goes down even further. If you take charge of your life, if you listen to what I'm fucking saying, you don't need to be on statins. You don't need to be on beta blockers. You don't need to be on, anti-arrhythmic drugs because of the remodeling of your heart, because of long-term heart disease, long-term blood pressure problems. It's up to you. But it's possible. It's possible to do. But it takes time. It takes effort. It takes diligence. So taking K2 and D3 together is a dual purpose. It helps with your cardiovascular health, but also it helps with your bone density. Okay? So it's a dual purpose. So you're just taking these two together, you're doing wonders for your body. But if you follow the cardiovascular protocol, which you can easily do by just going and getting the longevity cardiovascular box, then you can reduce the chances of further plaque formation. And over time, with diet and exercise, you are slowly reducing the plaque over time. And reducing the chances of further cardiovascular disease. It's really simple. So go and get the vitamin K2 and the D3. You need to stack them together. Nattokinase, like I said, as a standalone, it'll break up clots. It's a fibrinolytic. But it also brings down LDL and increases your HDL levels. So it improves your cholesterol. So by bringing down your LDL, guess what? You don't have further plaque development, but you're improving the good cholesterol. And you're not on a fucking statin. Because guess what? Statins aren't great for you. Statins are bad for you, especially long term. You want to get on a statin? Let's say you're 50 years old and you eat a lot of pizza. All right? And you got high cholesterol. And you got 50% blockage in your carotid. What are you going to do? Keep on eating the pizza? Oh, 10 years later you have a stroke. Do you understand what that means? Oh, I just had a stroke, no big deal. No, now you're paralyzed. Really want to live like that? So when you stack them together, like I said, you can stack vitamin K2 and the D3 for cardiovascular health and stack it with the nattokinase. You're lowering the LDL levels, you're increasing your HDL levels. That's important for your total cholesterol. It's fibrinolytic, so it's breaking up any clots that may be forming. And the K2 and the D3 are helping to reduce the plaque, calcium plaque depositing. Right? So when you have plaque, it's not just foam cells. There's also calcium depositing. So you're reducing the calcium depositing because you're reducing the depositing of the calcium, but you're also bringing it out slowly. Why? Because this is absorbing calcium into your bloodstream. It's sad. It's really sad in how the industry, the medical industry, isn't telling people on what they need, what they can do to not be going on the big pharma route. So frustrating, I tell you. And lastly, ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can buy. This is a very high quality product that I offer. Take ubiquinol. Why? Because ubiquinol, being CoQ10, is really important as an antioxidant to soak up those free radicals. That's important. Increase your energy levels. And it's neuroprotective. It helps with your neurons. So if you're older, you need to be taking ubiquinol and some of the other neuroprotective supplements that I've been saying, like vitamin B complex. But not just that, ubiquinol, because it is it soaks up free radicals. It's synergistic with the K2, the D3, and the nattokinase. Why? Because soaking up free radicals, you're reducing oxidation of LDL. And LDL oxidized is plaque when it's eaten up by macrophages. So if you reduce the inflammation, you're reducing the chances of having some sort of micro tear in the intima of your vascular. So take the ashwagandha and the turmeric, reduce the inflammation. Reduce the LDL, so less is oxidized. By reducing inflammation, you don't have macrophages migrating into the inner lining of your vessel. It's called the media, but you know, the macrophage with inflammation will migrate there. So there's no macrophages migrating. There's no damage to the intima. And when you don't have oxidized LDL, you don't have, you're not activating macrophages to come in and eat it and turn it into a foam cell and create plaque. Wow, amazing how that works. Ubiquinol is synergistic with what I just said. Ubiquinol, which is CoQ10, it's an antioxidant, is synergistic with D3, synergistic with K2, synergistic with nattokinase. I just gave you the recipe on cardiovascular health. Do you want to go on a statin for the rest of your fucking life? You want to be on a beta blocker for the rest of your fucking life? Really?
Welcome back. Well, today marks exactly 1 month until...
Alrighty. What is going on here? What's going on with this Luigi? I haven't been playing much about Luigi. No, I don't really want to play about Luigi. I'm tired of it. Let me see. All right, this is a business owner being asked about the threat of shutdown. CNN.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality and design.
The clock is ticking. We are now barely 12 hours from a government shutdown. That's if lawmakers can't make a spending deal by midnight. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he expects another vote soon, and we've learned that Republicans could drop the suspension of the debt limit despite Donald Trump's demands. Everything is very fluid on Capitol Hill right now, but the president-elect is in no hurry for a spending bill to pass, it seems, based on his latest post. He is urging Congress, or saying, hey, if the government shutdown happens, let's let it happen on President Biden's watch, not my watch. So if you live in a state hit by disasters like with hurricanes, wildfires, flooding, the stalemate in Washington has become a crisis of its own. It really matters to so many Americans. Roughly $100 billion in aid hangs in the balance fund.
Let's get this straight here. You have individuals that have been hurt by hurricanes and floods and all that. And that if there was a shutdown from December 20th to, let's say, January 1st, you're telling me that there is funds that need to be implemented that aren't there for them right now? And they're just waiting to write the check? No, bullshit. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. This is emotional. This is an emotional fallacy.
Would have gone to every single state in the nation. The biggest recipients, more than $10 billion for Florida and nearly $9 billion for North Carolina, still reeling from that brutal hurricane season. Katie Button knows how...
And you're telling me that there's not emergency funds by FEMA that can be issued for the ones that really need it? Have you ever been through a disaster? maybe the ones that are watching never have, and hopefully you never will. But I was through Hurricane Sandy, all right? And it sucked. It sucked. You know what? You don't get much from the government. And it's a lot of paperwork. And you got to get a case manager. And you got to work with, normally it's a nonprofit that helps shepherd. And most people didn't get money. But some people did. But not much. It doesn't allow you to rebuild. Not at all. Not even close. So, really, you're talking, FEMA doesn't have emergency funds right now, just in case. They spent it all. They spent all of the money. There's no emergency funds whatsoever that's independent of this bill. Yeah, right. No, they have emergency funds that they can tap into. You can't move the walnut around of government to help FEMA if people really are in dire need. Yeah, you can. Money is fungible. And there will be another bill that's passed once after the shutdown that releases funds for these people. But there wasn't people are in need. I'm not saying that there aren't people in need. There are people that are in need. But to think that the government is going to help you in a disaster, you're living in a dream world, because they don't. They don't help. It's very minimal. If you're in a disaster zone where it's absolute flood destruction and all this, your insurance company has lawyers in place to try to settle a claim pennies on the dollar, because the insurance company doesn't want to pay out because they have so many claims. On top of it, FEMA is coming in and they'll give you a few $1,000s. It gets a little bit more complicated if someone lost their job because of the disaster, and there's a little bit of money for that too. But that's it. That's it. And then some people would say, well, what about Red Cross? Red Cross gives you water and a blanket. So you get water and a blanket. You get a few $1,000s max by the government that takes forever to get. And you may get a $700 check from your insurance company. Welcome to America. No, shut down the fucking system.
Well, that money is. She's on North Carolina's advisory committee to rebuild Western North Carolina. She's also an award-winning chef who owns 2 restaurants in Asheville. One is still closed after Hurricane Helene. So, Katie, what are you thinking as you watch this chaos ensue over the spending bill in Washington with just hours to go for a government shutdown?
It is incredibly frustrating and disheartening. The entire community of Western North Carolina and the state of North Carolina is watching this with, our biting our nails while we're watching it, because we desperately need this disaster relief bill to go through. Basically, we're hanging on by a thread, and it feels kind of ridiculous to feel like you're caught up in the crossfire of some kind of political showdown, when what we really need is for our elected officials and our president-elect using his influence to come together, put their party designation aside.
No, I want her to give, no, bullshit. I want Katie, owner of some restaurant in Asheville, North Carolina, I want her to say, how much money are you going to get if this bill passes that's going to help your restaurant? Now, you got to remember, she has a restaurant. That's a discretionary expense. Discretionary expense for ones that go to restaurants. If you're in a devastated area and you're trying to rebuild, do you think you have the money to go out and have a Big Mac? Really? You're going to be pinching pennies. You're going to be tightening the belt. You're not going to be wasting money in a restaurant. Something doesn't make sense. Because she's a business owner, she can ask for, see, remember what I was saying? A homeowner, someone that's devastated, they don't get much from FEMA. But if you're a business, ooh, you can get special loans. You can get co-signers. You can draw funds for payroll. Oh, that's okay. Now, how much does she get? How much access does she really get? Probably not much. But it's going to be more than just the normal homeowner. Think about what happened with the COVID funds, with the PPP, and how people didn't pay it back, and it was just wrote off. Like Oprah, who's a billionaire. No, shut down the government.
Passed. You say you're hanging on by a thread, the folks there in Western North Carolina. Talk to me about what that money would do for the state and for your town. We're looking at pictures right now that you sent to
Not
us
the
of
state
the damage.
or no. You look at it at the granular level. Don't forget about the state and at the town level. What's her take? And when you look at it at the granular level of what the normal homeowner is, or the normal renter, or the normal business owner, small business owner, how is that funds really helping you? And you'll notice that it's not much.
Area.
I mean, it was to provide support for Western North Carolina in many different ways, but one that is particularly, kind of important for me is aid for small businesses.
See?
Asheville is a community of passionate small businesses, whether it's restaurants, artists.
Forget about the fucking artists. You know, the thing is, it's probably provision. I'm willing to bet, I could be wrong, but I'm willing to bet it has something to do about loans. You get special loans that may not have to be paid back or at a very low interest rate. And then you dive in a little bit deeper. What are you using that money for, honey? Is it really to pay the employees? Is it to fix the restaurant that's been damaged? What exactly are you using the money for? Is it a manicure? Follow the money. The way she's answering the question is playing right into how I know a lot about the subject matter. All right, I went through a major disaster when Sandy hit New York. It devastated. I was in Zone A. Devastated. Totally destroyed the building. All right? And at that time, I was also managing a portfolio of Catholic Charities, a nonprofit. One of the top 2 nonprofits in New York that actually helped people during the recovery of Sandy, Hurricane Sandy. It was UJF and Catholic Charities. It got huge amounts of funds from Schumer. So I know a lot about this fucking subject matter. And I know on how the money was spent. I know on how the case managers were interfacing with these people that were in need. It's not much. I'm telling you, it's not much. But there's, special provisions for owners to take out loans that may not have to be paid back.
Freeze, you name it, and we have faced catastrophic economic damage through closures due to the storm, and then also just decreased tourism because people don't want to travel to an area recently hit by a hurricane. So we are hanging on by a thread. Most people I speak to... So
you're telling me that you want to rebuild your society and you need a little bit of money to help you out. Okay. But what happens when no one shows up? Are you going to ask the government to help some more? And help some more? And help some more? And help some more? There is such a thing as don't count on the government You got to build up your own society. I'm telling you, when you're in a disaster environment, the government is not there to help for you. It's not there. It is not there. You gotta be self-sufficient.
Having their insurance claims denied, they don't have any funding, and they are depending on this disaster relief bill to provide them some support so that they don't have to permanently close. And it isn't just, the impact of
What's going to happen is that, all right, you have a gigantic drop in demand of your demand of the use of your store or your services because of a disaster. Okay, people moved away, people are killed, infrastructure problems, whatever. You think that demand is going to go back up really quick? Take a look at just look at the history of Hurricane Katrina and how long it took to rebuild, and they still haven't reached pre-Katrina levels. Sometimes disasters, they're so bad that it takes a very long time to get back to pre-disaster economic levels. And no amount of money in the world is going to fix that. The key term here, temporary. Temporary relief. But they're going to need more relief and more relief and more relief until that the echo of the disaster is not in the consciousness of the news. And there's no more funding. It just dries up. This is why I keep on saying you can't depend on the government. It's not there to help you. Just like how Reagan said, your worst fear should be someone stating that they're from the government and they're here to help you. No, they're not here to help you.
What happens when a restaurant permanently closes? Restaurants are economic cornerstones of their community because we employ so many people. So every dollar that comes through our doors goes right back out to our workforce, the people who live in Western North Carolina, but also to our farmers and suppliers. And if we fail, the whole region fails. And we just cannot risk that.
Yeah, and you know that because you own 2 restaurants there. North Carolina Senator Ted Budd says, look, no one should...
If demand went down, honey, and you have 2 restaurants, maybe you should close one.
Washington until this deal is done. What is your message to members of Congress who say they're okay with not letting the spending bill pass and to just allow the government to shut down?
I would say that they were elected to support and look after the American people, and by making that decision, they are not working for our benefit. I mean, there are real people, workers in our area, businesses that are at risk if this does not get passed.
And I also want to note, it's winter time, right? And
it'll get passed. When it gets passed, it'll get passed. Maybe it's next year, but maybe it's this year. Who knows? It will get passed. But it's not going to fix the problem. It's just money going after something that is dying. How? I mean, case in point, just look at what happened in Katrina.
Temperatures are getting colder. There are people that are in yurts right now in Western North Carolina. They don't even have, in some cases they denied assistance to stay in hotels and so forth. But I mean, there are parts that are still in dire situations, right?
I mean, absolutely. The physical destruction is still there, and this funding, disaster relief money, isn't just for businesses. I mean, a large part of it is to repair the damage that was done, return people to their homes, get them back working. We just restart the entire life of the community, and we're really depending on this to go through to make it.
Anything else you want to say?
I think it's going to take 10 years to rebuild, maybe even longer.
Just that the other thing I would say is Asheville, is ready, but simultaneously we are also like open and ready for visitors. We need people to come see us. Downtown is restaurants are open, come shopping and visit, plan a vacation. That's another way that you can support our area.
All right, Katie Button, thank you so much. Joining us now, Illinois Democratic Congresswoman Lauren
Let me
Underwood.
get this straight.
She serves on
Just a few videos ago, you had CNN saying the world is going to fall apart if there's a government shutdown. But on another recent segment on CNN, it says, go spend your money in Nashville, North Carolina. Well, if the world's going to fall apart because of the government shutdown, why am I going to Nashville? Let's get the story straight, CNN.
Appropriations Committee. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us. So Speaker Johnson says he has a new spending plan. Republicans are banking on just enough Democrats to vote in favor of it to get it passed. Where do you stand this morning?
Well, I look forward to reviewing the legislative text.
And what would you need to see in that legislative text to vote in favor of it?
More pork.
I need to see it. I'm learning
More
this
pork.
just as you are. I learned about it on Twitter. We haven't seen the legislation yet. And so this is so important to make sure that we're able to fund our government and support essential services. And so the details really do matter, Pam, and I'm looking forward to reviewing the text.
Do you think you have enough time now? I mean, the government's supposed to shut down at midnight, given
heaven forbid. CNN, my God. Their ticker is saying 12 hours to go and 47 minutes and 27 seconds before government shutdown. Representative from Illinois. Are you going to vote? Are you going to vote for it? Well, I got to look at it. You won't have time to read it. But I need to look at it. Or there's going to be a government shutdown. They're going to sneak something in. Trust me, they're going to sneak something in. And I guarantee you, it's going to have something to do with the national security state.
Do you feel confident you have enough time to read through the legislative text and make a decision?
Of course not.
It is unacceptable that we are in this position, that we have Mike Johnson and Donald Trump taking instructions from
Elon Musk. Let's blame it on Trump, Johnson, and Elon. Let's blame it on them because we don't have enough time to read it. Maybe they should make a bill that's so easy to read that you can read it in an hour instead of 17 days.
It's negotiation, bipartisan negotiation, and he just blew it up. And now we are being crunched to review things very quickly, very urgently to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the American people.
So Speaker Johnson, for his part, is now blaming Democrats after the GOP funding bill failed last night. Here's what he said.
Very disappointing to us. Very disappointing to us that all but 2 Democrats voted against aid to farmers and ranchers, against disaster relief, against all these bipartisan measures. I want you all to remember that it was just last spring that the same Democrats berated Republicans and said that it was irresponsible to hold the debt limit, the debt ceiling hostage. What changed?
And again, 38 Republicans voted against it, but also Vice President-elect J.D. Vance is echoing what we heard from Speaker Johnson, saying Democrats have asked for a shutdown and that's what they're going to get. How do you respond?
I think that J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson have nowhere to look but in the mirror at themselves. Mike Johnson is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and it is his responsibility to put a bill on the floor for a vote that can pass with the support of his conference. With 38 House Republicans voting no, he has failed. And so this shift in blame and all of this.
Forget about his conference. Let's worry about making sure the will of the people is upheld. And the will of the people is saying, stop the wasteful spending. We don't have the money.
nonsense is not going to deliver for the American people. They have the responsibility, they have the majority. It is not the responsibility of Democrats to bail them out.
President-elect Trump is saying the government should shut down on President Biden's watch and that this is Biden's problem. I do have to ask you, though, where is President Biden in all of this? Do you think he needs to be more engaged?
Thanks for asking, CNN. Dr. Paul Cottrell, where is President Biden? Sleepy Joe, sleeping.
You know, it's so disappointing to hear Donald Trump use that kind of rhetoric. I was first elected in 2018 in a Trump shutdown, and this is what he does. For him to be pointing blame and not taking responsibility for his role in creating this crisis. We had a bipartisan agreement, Pam, and I was prepared to go to the floor and vote, and we heard Donald Trump, well, we actually saw Donald Trump on the internet taking direction from Elon Musk, the world's richest man, and that's how we got here. And so I think it's really important for the American people to remember that Mike Johnson is the Speaker of the House. He has the majority, and it's his responsibility to deliver the votes to fund the government.
President Biden, in February, Biden met with congressional leaders to avert a partial shutdown. I mean, this time around he appears MIA. Is President Biden essentially powerless right now?
Yep.
Absolutely not. This is a crisis that was created by three people, Pam. Mike Johnson, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk. Three Republicans who have...
If it's such a crisis, why is the market going up? If it's such a crisis. The S&P 500 is at 5,970. We're not that far away to 6,000. We've almost healed from pre-Fed announcement levels. Most likely we'll heal by Tuesday. Tuesday trading. Wouldn't be surprised. If it's such a crisis, why isn't market selling off? Huh, I wonder. Maybe a shutdown's a good thing. Maybe the wisdom of the market, the wisdom of the emergence of all these different small agents in society and the invisible hand is saying less government is better government.
Funding agreement. And I am standing here in the United States Capitol waiting to receive legislative text to keep the government open so that we can move forward and have a Merry Christmas.
Even though this chaos and crisis may have been created by others, as you laid out, would you like to see President Biden step in more and engage more, though, before the government is set to shut down at midnight?
I would like to see Mike Johnson do his job and put a bill on the floor that can pass.
Shut down the government. Say it with me. Say it with me. Say it loud and proud. Shut down the government. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Shut down the government. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. I inform you on some really important events, like the S&P 500 is trading at 5,968 at this moment in time. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Why? This helps to boost up your immune system. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose, drink it with filtered water. Vitamin C also helps with your skin and with scurvy. You don't want to get scurvy. NAC is something that I've added to my stack. The reason why I added it to my supplement stack is because it boosts up the glutathione levels. Glutathione is an antioxidant that's a different pathway than C60 to soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60 and other antioxidants. But as we get older, we don't produce as much glutathione, and it's important to boost it up. So take NAC, it'll boost up your glutathione levels to be able to soak up free radicals through that pathway. In addition, NAC will help to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And there's lots of people that are older that take acetaminophen for pain or for headaches or whatever. So taking NAC will help to detoxify your body from the acetaminophen. And in addition, NAC helps to calm the nervous system, reduce anxiety. That's important. When people are anxious, it increases the cortisol levels, their immune system goes down if it's chronic. You don't want that. So to calm down your immune system, or calm down your nervous system so you don't activate higher levels of cortisol. So NAC, add it to your stack. It's really important, especially when you get older. So you're boosting up those glutathione levels, soak up those free radicals, and detoxify your liver and your kidney. Really important. NAD+, boosts up your energy levels, helps to repair DNA damage. When we get older, we develop more DNA damage. We have repair mechanisms in our cells to correct it, but sometimes it gets overloaded and it can't correct it all. And if enough mutations take place or enough problems with damage to the DNA happens, the cell will have problems. Not function correctly, turn into cancer, whatever. All right? You don't want that. So as we get older, we can't repair our DNA as well. NAD+ helps repair your DNA damage. In addition, it will also help with neural health. You get older, your neurons don't function as well. You need to take supplements to boost up that, like vitamin B complex, NAD+. They stack really well, improve your neural health. It also stacks really well with ubiquinol, because ubiquinol also helps with neural health. So go to the store, go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. Again, use discount 5 to get $5 off, all caps. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. Shutdown looms. I really hope they shut down the government.
Among Republicans in the House, I think are learning what Speaker Johnson's challenges are. You know, there are 220 plus Republicans. They are smart and hardworking. They understand the issues, and you know, you've got to find a way. If you're going to unite them, you got to find the right policies to do that. And certainly that's what the Speaker is trying to do in that conference meeting as we speak. I don't think there may be a technical shutdown. I don't foresee any lengthy one at all. There are Republicans working toward keeping this government open. One, because they don't want the distraction heading into President Trump's inauguration. They are moving fast because they're determined not to make the mistakes of 2017, where they feel squandered the first 6 or 7 months of that of President Trump's first term. Now they're moving. And secondly, the Republicans have learned that if you shut the government down, you just abdicate the power of the purse. You give more power to the existing president to decide which agencies are open, which are not, which workers are essential, which are not. And so clearly that's not something Republicans want to do at a time. Not everyone's sure, you know, how this government's running right now.
Well, I wonder what you make, sir, of specifically the request of Donald Trump, that is, raise the debt ceiling until I'm out of office, or just abolish it entirely. Does that make sense to you, especially knowing the tax reform that Donald Trump would like to pursue shortly after he takes office?
Well, I think Republicans have long believed that the debt ceiling, as dramatic and theatrical as it sometimes is, which isn't always helpful, that's been where history shows the most progress has been made in creating some fiscal responsibility. And so Republicans have traditionally believed there should be some type of debt ceiling, some type of trigger that forces Congress, you know, to pretty regularly look at the financial condition of the country and the government and try to find a path forward. So that was going to be a very, very tough lift in the best of circumstances. But there are many Republicans, House and Senate, who've never voted for a debt ceiling bill. If they have, it's been with significant spending cuts. And that wasn't part of that proposal at all last night. And so I think this is a chance again for the president and Elon Musk on the saving side of this to really sit down internally, work with the incoming class of Republicans, because I think the field in 2025, where they hold the House and Senate, is so much better field to fight on than the one they have right now, where Democrats run the Senate and the White House.
All right, former Congressman Kevin Brady, I do want to get to what this future Congress is going to look like with you. If you wouldn't mind sitting tight for just a few minutes, we would greatly appreciate your patience because we do want to go live to Capitol Hill. Joining us from his office right now is Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. Sir, thank you so much for your time on what is obviously a very busy week in Washington. As it stands now, with the reporting we have out of the House about their proposed path forward, splitting a bill up essentially into a number of different ones to be voted on, can this shutdown be avoided? Can your chamber vote on this before midnight tonight?
Well, first of all, we have seen, I say this is somebody that was in business longer than been in politics. This was incompetence at a spectacular level.
Virginia, Democrat, with a windmill on his desk. And he looks like a politician. You know, politicians, they look like they're on the take, and you're going to do a caricature of it. He looks like that. I mean, come on.
Forward to working with Donald Trump where I can, but he prides himself on art of the deal. There was days and days, and I believe my Senate Republican friends who are all ready for the deal, I think his team was told, but then to pull the rug out from under the feet of the speaker. I mean, is this a preview of what's going to happen over the next 4 years? And with all due respect to your former guest, when I was coming back on, the debt ceiling is, we've already rung up those bills, and it's basically saying, are you going to pay your credit card bill on things you've already expended? So I am concerned. I'm concerned about if we go through this shutdown, the signal it sends to our adversaries around the world. I'm concerned about if, a lot of Bloomberg viewers, I'm sure, going to climb on an airplane in the next few days to go visit family. You got a shutdown with TSA and air traffic controllers not getting paid. This is...
Heaven forbid you don't use the plane. You know what? It's not a big deal. Shut down the government. Let's see what breaks.
Crazy. And, chopping it up into 3 bits, and again, as we all know, the idea that some of these extreme members on the House Republican side who are never going to vote for anything, whether it's debt ceiling or a continuing resolution, why they are dictating some of the terms, as a business guy, kind of makes me scratch our head. And the last point just is the Senate Republicans, the Senate Democrats, the House Democrats, we were all on the same page. This was a bipartisan agreement, and it does bode poorly for what's coming next.
Well, of course, that bipartisan agreement is no longer on the table. So what messaging have you gotten from your leadership, from Chuck Schumer, as to what the Democrats in the Senate will be willing to vote for here? What is the very lowest bar that you're willing to jump over to avert a shutdown?
If anybody can predict what the House Republicans can pass, particularly if they're going to just try to pass it with their own members, they can't. I mean, the reality is, as people know, there are a whole group of members that will never vote for a continuing resolution. So the notion that you can do this without working with the Democrats is, the math doesn't add up. So remember the Pottery Barn expression, if you break it, you own it? Well, these guys broke it. So let's see what will come out of this afternoon, but to put in jeopardy all of these families right in the holidays who depend upon these paychecks, or the businesses that are adjacent around tourism events that will never get recouped, it is just plain cruel.
Sir, I'd like to ask you as well how you see this being foreboding, or what you think this might signal as to the battle still ahead, specifically in 2025, when there will be expirations of tax cuts that have actually led to more money in the pockets of some of these very same people you are referring to who could be hurt by a shutdown. Given how difficult this funding battle has proven to be, does that suggest to you that Democrats will have to step in to extend those 2017 tax cuts, so it's your votes that will ultimately be required for that to happen?
Let's put it like this. There has, over the last year, I'm not sure there was a single bill that came out of the House that didn't have to have Democrats' help. And listen, I'm part of every bipartisan gang that's taken place. Anything that's happened out of the last couple of years in terms of infrastructure, or the CHIPS bill, or the Federal Count Act, there were a bipartisan group of us that put that together. I think, frankly, that ends up with better legislation, and both parties have to own the good and the bad. And I think, again, with the margin, what, 1 or 2 the first couple of months in the House, and some people who will find an excuse to vote against anything, I think if they try to do this in a bipartisan way, I want America to stay competitive. I want us to have the best business climate in the world. But the signal this sends, if we go into this shutdown, it's I thought we've all seen this movie many times before, and there may be that final chapter where there's a way out. But this is not a way to govern the greatest country, the most powerful country in the world. And it does make me worried about next year. And again, I say this with somebody, I disagree with President-elect Trump on a number of things, but I'm more than happy to work with him. I probably voted for more of his cabinet nominees last time, and I will vote for many of them this time. So I'm not here to kind of just throw stones at the other side. But gosh, how do you negotiate in good faith with somebody going forward, particularly when I believe that at least the Trump team was aware of what the speaker was doing, if after a handshake...
It's not about the government shutdown. Of course, I think it's a better option. But what the deep state's really worried about, what the lobbying group is really worried about, is they're not getting their freebies. So they'll demonize Elon and Trump, saying they're going to cause all this disruption and hurt Granny and hurt people in North Carolina and hurt funding for cancer research. Like they're going to find the cure for cancer between December 20th and January 3rd. Let's get real. All right. And, they put all of these emotional fallacies out there, and they won't say anything about how big pharma, big ag are scared that they're not going to get their freebie. Because that's what this is really about. Stop the wasteful spending. Stop supporting all these, big lobbying groups. Stop wasting the people's taxpayer money. Be more efficient. Shrink government. Now people would say, well, that's going to hurt people. We need government to help people that are in need. Guess what? If you have less government and less wasteful spending, you'll have more money for people that are really in need. You'll actually have more funds for them. You have less funds for the people really in need because of the wasteful spending to Cargill, the wasteful spending for Pfizer, the wasteful spending for a bloated government that we don't really need that large. Do we really need to grow the CIA? I don't think so.
Somebody reneges at the 11th hour.
Well, sir, finally, is it really only Donald Trump that will have to be worked with, negotiated with, or do we have to have Elon Musk's name on this list as well as to whose sign-off is going to be required to get...
What's wrong with having someone that has a little bit of power because of their financial gift from the divine, all right, that's representing we, the people? We actually have kind of almost like a John Hancock moment. You know, John Hancock funded a big part of the revolution. That was the reason why he wrote his name so fucking large on the Declaration of Independence. So the King of England could see it over the pond. Elon Musk is our John Hancock. He has the financial wherewithal to tell anyone in Congress to fuck off and to stop wasting people's money.
Real legislating done.
I have huge respect for Elon Musk's business acumen, but the idea that he is now, outside of his lanes, and I've worked with Elon Musk and want to work with him going forward. I think there's a lot of efficiency that we can bring to the government. But the idea that he's some...
Why do we need to strengthen the national security state? Why do we need provisions in that bill that erode your constitutional freedoms? Why do we need to give safe harbor to Liz Cheney? Why? Another big why is, why does he have a windmill on his desk? Windmills kill birds, like bald eagles. And they're really important. They represent freedom. Why?
Calling the plays for how the government is going to be funded or not. It'd be like putting me in as the coach for the Washington Commanders. The team would lose and a lot of people would get hurt. So I think we all need to acknowledge we all bring different skill sets to the table, and inefficiency. Again, I was a big supporter of Elon Musk a decade ago as he was getting SpaceX up and operating, breaking up the monopolies that controlled that arena. But I do hope that he understands the power he has. He's got more followers on Twitter than Donald Trump. And candidly, and don't take my word, talk to any Republican, what he was tweeting on whatever day it was when the deal came out, half of the tweets were just factually not true.
All right, Senator, thank you very much for hopping on to join us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. That was Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. Your time is much appreciated, sir. As is the time of former Congressman Kevin Brady, who has been standing by for us. He, of course, used to represent Texas and was chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. Now he's spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation. Congressman, thank you very much for sticking with us here. I'm sure you heard the words of Senator Warner there, just talking about, frankly, the fact that it has required Democrats to get a lot of legislating done in this 118th Congress, and the 119th, when the House majority is even narrower. That may be true. So how much are you catering your messaging as well at the Alliance for Competitive Taxation to Democrats who may be required to get any kind of tax package over the finish line next year?
Yes, well, our messaging, more important, sort of the solutions we're advancing to keep America competitive, to make sure our companies can compete when anywhere around the world, economic growth with a low corporate tax rate, and continuing to incentivize innovation in the U.S. Those are really bipartisan messages and bipartisan provisions, I think, within the tax code as Congress looks at it next year, in addition to keeping this growth and being able to counter China's super aggressiveness around the world. Certainly the middle class tax cuts the Republicans put in place, the new small business tax deduction, so important to Main Street, the child tax credit, and some of those business provisions like research and development they've already voted on in a bipartisan way. There is plenty of common ground for Congress if Democrats are willing to work with President Trump. They haven't on tax matters in the past. We'll see if they will or if it's needed. I think, again, a lesson from this early effort right now on passing a continuing resolution is that in a super thin majority, the president and Republicans, whichever party's frankly in power, has to work very carefully, very deliberately to make sure they've got those policies right and can advance them.
Well, and it's also a matter of sequencing here, sir. The man who now has the gavel that you once held in Ways and Means, Jason Smith, has been pretty adamant that he thinks if tax reform is going to pass, it needs to be included in one big budget reconciliation package, inclusive of other measures around the border, immigration, and energy as well. That's really the only way that this thing is going to get through the House. I wonder your thought on that, knowing that Donald Trump and the incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune seem to still be advocating for trying to do two hard things at two separate times.
Yeah, so I think President Trump at some point is going to weigh in, sort of break the tie on the sequence. He's certainly, from holding that gavel at Ways and Means Committee, as you're doing a tax bill, you want all the factors that could be a leverage in bringing people to the table together. You want them in that single bill. So certainly Chairman Smith's proposal is a rational one, but regardless of whether it's one or it's two, I think one thing everyone needs to understand is it's a little like Mike Tyson's comments about heading into a fight. You know, everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Well, reconciliation is difficult and it's complex, and you can have the best plan in the world on paper, but until you sit down with your members of Congress on your committee, in your conference, in the House, in the Senate together, you know, you don't really know where that sequencing is going to lead. And so I think, you know, it's good to have the conversations they're having right now about which strategically would work best. But at the end of the day, as they begin to meet with these new members coming in, as well as existing Congress, I think they'll get it. They will find a path. It'll become clear as they have those conversations.
Well, and as we have the conversation about kind of the government ledger here, if you will, with the spending on one side, the revenue on the other side with this tax conversation, we've had this conversation many times before, Congressman, about the notion that Donald Trump does think some of that revenue can be supplemented by revenue coming from tariffs. And I know you aren't all for that idea, but he did introduce a new tariff idea into the discussion early this morning. He posted on Truth Social that he told the European Union that to help make up for the deficit, the trade deficit with the United States, they have to purchase large-scale purchases of our oil and gas. Otherwise, he says, it is tariffs all the way. And so while I know you aren't a big fan of using that kind of income to increase revenue, are you a fan of it as for using it as leverage in a negotiation? Is that ultimately what you think this is?
Well, I hope so, in the sense that I think it's clear, President Trump is very clear. He believes tariffs work to our advantage in moving people to the table to have these conversations. In his priorities, obviously, border security, stopping drugs and fentanyl, stopping unfair trade practices, rebalancing trade, and getting the world to buy more U.S. oil, buy more U.S. products, help us stop Chinese transshipments, put pressure on Iran. I think he has a whole host, I think, of priorities, and he sees tariffs, or at least the threat and leverage of them, as a way to bring countries to the table. And I think we're all hopeful, because tariffs can be so damaging, usually more to the host country.
Why shouldn't Europe buy oil and gas, especially the liquid natural gas that we have, instead of them being dependent on Russia? And it would be great to export our oil and gas so we can pay down our debt. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Like America than it is to the other countries you're applying it to. And so, yeah, I think people are hopeful that that these conversations and this approach works to bring countries to the table, and we can find some common ground.
All right, sir, I know we've gone over time with you, so I just have one more question for you as a former member, a former leader within the House of Representatives. If you had a piece of advice for Speaker Mike Johnson now, and as he heads into another speaker election just weeks from now, what would it be?
Well, I would say, as a conservative, I will tell you, I'm a big admirer of Speaker Johnson. Again, I think he's taking the right approach. He listens very carefully. Certainly his word is good. And he's, again, one of the most conservative speakers the House has ever had, who respects the views of the entire conference. He knows how thin this a margin will be, not just today, but in the future. I will just tell you, I don't know that I have advice except to continue to be you, because the principles and integrity you bring, that office, that leadership, I think is exactly what we need right now.
All right, former Congressman Kevin Brady of Texas, now spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation. Thank you for being generous with your time today, sir. A very happy holiday.
Newsflash. DrPaulCottrell has seen the first snowfall in New York City. It is 1:30 p.m. New York time.
To you and yours, and we'll look forward to touching base with you again in 2025. But first, we want to touch base with Charlie Pellet and get a check on these markets on this Friday. How's it look from New York, Charlie?
Right now we are off our session highs, Kelly Line. Still a lot of green on the screen here as we wrap up the last full trading week of 2024. Right now we got the S&P up 85, 59.52. That is a gain of 1.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average holding above 43,000 barely. It is up 658 points right now, just about a gain of 1.6%. We've got NASDAQ up 276 now, up by about 1.4%. Keeping an eye on the 10-year at 4.50%, with the 2-year right now 4.30%. Spot gold up $32 the ounce, up 1.2%, 26.26 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 69.70 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now lower by 0.6%, 96,770 on Bitcoin. If you still have a landline, AT&T is hoping to persuade people across the country to break up with their landlines by the end of 2029. And to do so, it is deploying a new weapon, sort of like an old device, though, and that is, it is offering up wireless home phones. Again, we've got stocks higher. S&P right now up 83. That is a gain of 1.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet with the very latest in the Friday trade. Thank you so much. And we've been bringing you the latest from the trading and bartering and negotiating that has been happening on Capitol Hill over the course of the last several days, and it is ongoing today as Republican lawmakers search for a Plan C, which they are hoping could be successful in averting a government shutdown when the clock strikes midnight tonight. What this Plan C will include kind of looks like what Plan B was, though Plan B failed in spectacular fashion on the House floor yesterday because it was a bill that put a lot of these things together. Didn't go so well because it included a 2-year extension of the debt limit. Instead, they want to split it up. Our understanding, at least at this hour, things could always change, as we've learned over the course of the last few days, is to divvy things up into 3 packages. One being a continuing resolution, a stopgap measure that will keep the government funded until mid-March. That's what needs to happen to avert a shutdown this weekend. Second part, aid for natural disasters. A lot of that targeted at the American Southeast, which is still recovering from multiple hurricanes that were devastating this year. Again, pretty popular measure. Then there's a 1-year extension of the Farm Bill, so aid for farmers and the agricultural
Kill
sector.
the Farm Bill.
The question is going to be,
Kill the Farm Bill. Kill the Farm Bill. Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, Dr. Paul Cottrell, why? That helps the farmer out. It's about big ag. It helps big ag. Kill the Farm Bill. You hear Farm Bill, boom, kill it. Because guess what? A big part of the reason why you're unhealthy is because of big ag. The reason why your food prices are higher, because of big ag.
How quickly could they come to the floor? And under a rule or under suspension of it? Because that's what will dictate how many members need to vote for it to pass and get sent to the Senate. So here with me now is our political panel today. Brittany Martinez is a Republican strategist and founder of Espina & Company. She's also a veteran of the House of Representatives, alongside Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic strategist and senior democracy fellow for the Center of the Study of the Presidency and Congress. So Brittany, we have an understanding of Plan C, at least at this hour. What we don't yet know is how exactly lawmakers are receiving it inside the conference room at this time. But a lot of lawmakers obviously have expressed upset with how Mike Johnson has handled it thus far. Can he put Humpty Dumpty, which is the Republican conference, back together again with this plan?
I mean, he's going to have to, or otherwise the government is going to close in just a few hours here. I
Close
think
it.
that, you know,
Shut it down.
This is what sort of I'm hearing pushback from. Some folks are saying he should have just put up that first bill and bucked Trump. The problem with that, though, is that despite the Democrats being supportive of it and not whipping against it, it would have frustrated Trump and, you know, the Republican Party. And though it would have passed and we wouldn't be in the situation right now, Trump's bill that he wanted yesterday also didn't pass. So though I think it's good to have individual bills. That's always what Republicans tout and want to do. In reality, when we're getting down to the 11th hour, and I don't think we literally have even 11 hours left before the government shuts down, that's not the best policy. But at this point, what choice do we have? I think that it might be successful, but you're probably going to have folks like members of the Freedom Caucus who still aren't satisfied. And I think we will probably hit a government shutdown, even if it only lasts for a day or two.
Well, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV, you see we got the shutdown clock up. So it's about 10 and a half hours left until the deadline right now for those listening on Bloomberg Radio. But Jeannie, I was just speaking a few moments ago with Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. And when I asked him, hey, what are you willing to vote for here to avert a shutdown? He basically said, we can't predict what's coming out of the House. I just wonder how you take that answer or what you're expecting really is the thinking from the democratically controlled Senate, which would be the next stop on this continuing resolution train.
Yeah, and it was such an important conversation you had with Senator Warner, and in particular, he echoed what we've been hearing from Democrats, which was his Pottery Barn theme. You break it, you buy it, and that's what Democrats feel that the Republican Party has done. And so they've got to own that. In terms of this three-step process, if that does indeed come out, it's going to depend on what's in there. You know, Donald Trump tweeting in the middle of the night that maybe the debt ceiling should be raised for 4 years as opposed to 2 is going in exactly the opposite direction. If they're planning on something like that, Democrats won't go along with it. And quite frankly, they can't move forward, Republicans, because their own Republicans won't go along with it. And this speaks to a huge problem that the Republicans have. They have talked about fiscal responsibility, and yet they are supporting somebody who the Committee for Responsible Budget estimated has put forward plans during a campaign to raise the debt by $7.75 trillion. That was the moderate estimate that the committee put forward. How is that fiscally responsible? It is not. And that is what has driven this divide in the Republican Party. That is why you see Republicans, very, very interesting. Donald Trump's not in office yet 38 Republicans last night, without fear, stood up and voted against him and Elon Musk. And that is a precursor of what is to come in this all-Republican Washington, D.C.
She hates Trump. Trust me. I watch a lot of Bloomberg.
Well, on the debt and deficit specifically, and the debt ceiling, which Donald Trump has said he wants to raise or abolish before he takes office, Jeannie, I would point out that Democrats have been calling to repeal the debt ceiling for a long time. Just last week, there was, I believe, 17 co-sponsors on a piece of legislation in the Senate that would have gotten rid of the debt ceiling. So is it really appropriate to be changing the two now, or is this actually an area in which Democrats and Donald Trump might be able to work together?
Well, they may be able to work together, but I'm so glad you raised that, because the difference is when Democrats want to raise or abolish the debt ceiling, which is fiscally sound and should happen, it is not for the narrow prospects that Donald Trump and Elon Musk put forward yesterday, which is so they can ram through an extension of the corporate and billionaires' tax cuts. That is what is adding to the deficit. That's why they can't get the support of people like Chip Roy. And so that is the problem they have. Yes, we need sound fiscal management in this country, and Elon Musk is absolutely right when he says we don't have it. The way to get it is not to shut down a bipartisan agreement hours before it goes through to keep the government open, and it is not to do so You know, let's ask Elon Musk. He didn't oppose the defense spending bill the other day. Why not? Because he benefits from that. He did support the second bill that came forward, the CR, yesterday, once they stripped the China components out of that, because he benefits from it. So we have to think very carefully about who's benefiting from what. Yes, address the debt ceiling, but this is not the way to do that, and Donald Trump knows that, or at least...
So let's just say that there are things that are in the bills that might benefit Elon Musk. But you have senators and you have representatives in Congress that vote for bills because they benefit from certain things for their state or maybe even for their portfolio. So why is it an issue? Why? You have lobbying groups pushing for certain legislation because they benefit from it. And I guess that's how the sausage is made. But my gut feeling is that Elon Musk is actually more for the long-term productive capability of the United States in the future that we can reach if we are just fiscally prudent, compared to a bunch of senators always on the take. Always on the take. You know, remember that CCR song? You know, the senator's son. The senator's son never goes to Vietnam. The senator always finds a way to benefit from the bill. You know what? I'm tired of the senators benefiting, like pork bill spending. Tired of it. It's time for we the people that benefit. Even if it means smashing down a few agencies or a few departments, closing them down, shrinking government. Well, you're not going to be able to afford cancer research. So what?
more, fiscally responsible members of his party do, and they have said they won't go along with this plan.
Well, as Jeannie alludes to Elon Musk here, Brittany, it does raise the question, as we've considered over the course of the last several days, whether or not Mike Johnson is going to be able to stay in the job as Speaker and keep the gavel in hand, how powerful the gavel really is, or if the Speaker of the House at this point is effectively someone who just has to act on behalf of the wishes of not just the president, but of the world's richest man.
I think that Speaker Johnson is a good guy. I think he's pretty common sense. He is a pretty conservative guy, but he also is able to come to the negotiating table and work with Democrats, and we've seen that time and time again.
Why do they hate Elon Musk so much? He's a billionaire. He's pushing the buttons. Guess what? You have a lot of lobbyists. When they work together, they represent trillions and trillions of dollars of market cap. But Bloomberg isn't talking about that. You know why? Because they get advertising revenue from them.
Congress, it's going to be tough if Trump every time is trying to stop what he's doing. We saw that earlier this year, specifically with that immigration bill in the Senate, with Langford, how that was bipartisan, and then that got tanked because Trump said no. So I think that Trump is going to continue doing that sort of thing throughout his presidency, and it's going to make it really tough, not only for Senator Thune, but also especially for Mike Johnson, because he's got a slimmer majority.
Yeah, I think he's not exactly the envy of a lot of people in Washington right now. It's a pretty tough job that he's dealing with. It does raise the question why he even still wants to keep it, but we don't know anyone else who could get the vote. So I guess that's where we are at this moment. Brittany Martinez, founder at Espina & Company, Republican strategist, veteran of the Kevin McCarthy team in the House. Thank you so much for joining me. One half of our political panel, of course, the other being Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic strategist and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Thank you very much to you both for joining on this shutdown day. There is still technically time to avert it. We've got just under 10.5 hours to go, and the House is actively working on a plan, and we'll bring you the latest on what that plan is from someone well in the know. Sarah Chamberlain, who leads the Republican Main Street Partnership, is on her way into the studio here in Washington, so we'll get the details from her next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Hopefully I can beat the advertising here.
Two most closely, Chip Roy, Tom Massey, and Ralph Norman. Could it get through rules? Is that the expectation, or does that bring risks in and of itself?
It does bring some risks in and of itself, but we have kind of been given the signal that we do think it will make it through rules.
Okay.
And again, these members really want to get this done and go home. And it's a clean CR. There's not a lot in this like the original bill earlier this week. And disaster relief, you have to have disaster relief. And again, they'd be separate bills. So we do think that they would make them through rules.
And what about the Senate?
If it makes it through the House, I do believe it will make it through the Senate, absolutely. But having said that, they won't happen until tomorrow morning, so we may have a very brief government shutdown.
And of course, it would be a Friday night into Saturday,
Right.
so the actual effects here in all reality might be very minimal, so it would be avoiding still the worst case scenario. So when we consider that both of these options do seem to not address the debt ceiling, which Donald Trump has explicitly asked for, he said either lift it until 2029 now, when he will be out of office,
Right.
or get rid of it entirely. Why are members willing to go against him on that potentially? Why would Speaker Johnson go against his wishes?
Because they just don't have the votes within the Republican Party, and there's no Democrats, though in the past, the Democrats said they would really like to do that. There's no Democrats willing to join with the Republicans to make that happen, so that is off the floor for now. Doesn't mean that next Congress, it won't come back, but right now, they just need to get the CR done.
Well, and really what Trump has said is that he wants it done before he takes office. That's January 20th.
Right.
The new Congress starts January 3rd, so theoretically there would be a few weeks at which Congress could try to get that done when they have both Republican majorities.
The hope
right?
is, you're right, but we don't know if we're gonna have a speaker. That's another whole dynamic in there.
Okay, well, you brought it up,
Right.
so let's get into it.
So Republican Main Street Partnership members do support the current speaker, absolutely, no question. But there have been some other members that aren't sure if they're gonna support the speaker. So there is a chance, I hope it's minimal, that we may not have a speaker come January 3rd. And then for those of you who remember, it becomes many votes, people put their names in, it becomes a real mess. But more importantly than all of that is the Congress does not get sworn in without a speaker.
So the new members can't even theoretically take their seats in this scenario.
Though they would be able, they will vote on the speaker, but they won't actually be members of Congress yet until they're sworn in.
It's incredible to consider the actual logistics of all of this. So when we consider that prospect and Mike Johnson's future, is it ultimately going to come down pretty much exclusively to whatever Donald Trump directs Republican members of Congress to say, this is still the guy I'm backing, therefore you need to back him too?
We would hope so, certainly. I think the speaker's done a good job. I don't see why he'd be replaced, but you never know. There are 3 or 4 or 5 members that don't always listen to President Trump and don't always follow. Sometimes they like to be controversial. We know who they are. President Trump has already mentioned them this week, so we'll see. Again, we've got very tight margins in the House, so there's really no room for error here.
I spoke about this whole notion of Johnson's future earlier on Balance of Power in our first hour with Republican Congressman Bill Huizenga of Michigan, and this is what he had to share with me, Sarah, and then I'll have you respond.
I'm hoping we learned a lesson 2 years ago with Kevin McCarthy that this is not just simply an exercise in debate about who should lead. This really does paralyze us. We have got to make sure that we have a leader who is strong and has the backing of the conference. I think the president's voice will be an important one in this. So far, he has lent his support to Speaker Johnson, and I presume.
Breaking news. Party City is going bankrupt.
That continues, then I think the Speaker's in a strong position.
Something else he suggested to me, Sarah, was those who tried to be Speaker when Kevin McCarthy was first ousted, Jim Jordan, Tom Emmer, Steve Scalise, probably wouldn't stand that much of a better chance this time around if Johnson weren't able to get the gavel. And I wonder if that actually is the most critical part of all of this, is that someone needs to be able to get to 218 votes, and there is no clear alternative to Mike Johnson.
That is absolutely true. As we saw last time we went through this mess, and Bill is a very active member of Main Street. I know he supports the Speaker. We're hoping that this can go smoothly next year. If not, we could be weeks without a Speaker. I mean, the margins are so close, and you're right, that some of the other leadership has tried in the past, and they went down, so it'd probably be another one that no one is talking about that would kind of come out of nowhere, just as the current Speaker did, and get the votes and move on. Eventually, we'll get to a Speaker, because the members will get so tired, they'll be like, okay, but let's just vote this person in, and they did very well. Speaker Johnson kind of came out of nowhere, the members were tired. He's done a very good job, he's grown into this job.
So just quickly, because there's been a lot of, I don't even know if we can fully count it as joking, but ideas being thrown around that someone who's not a member of Congress could ultimately be Speaker. Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, who are about to co-lead the Department of Government Efficiency, have been floated. Is there any world in which that happens?
So it's legally they can. I mean, but the one thing that the members aren't sure about is can Elon Musk do it, because he's not born in the United States, and there's a direct tie. Obviously, he's that person's second line to the presidency. That would have to be a constitutional change. Vivek, though, was born in the United States, so he certainly could become the Speaker of the House. It's never happened.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening, to be honest. I mean, the members of Congress all like being members. They all want one of their own. So I actually don't think that that's going to be viable.
Well, so whether or not that is actually a viable option, or we find ourselves in a difficult place in early January, it does contend with, or bring us to contend with the other reality that there is still other legislating that these members want to get done, that Donald Trump wants to see done. He wants to see a big legislative agenda taken care of very early in his first term, including the border and immigration, energy, tax reform as well. Has this entire episode to members of the Main Street Partnership helped evolve the thinking as to how exactly that should be tackled, given the difficulty of getting the votes for any kind of package? Can there really only be one?
They are beginning to strategize on that, but to be honest, they're going to strategize more on that in January. They did not see, as I said when I've been on the program in the past, they did not see the CR being this big a problem. They thought that they would vote on it and move on. So this has created something where, oh my, we have a huge issue. If the Speaker doesn't survive, that's an issue. They have to tackle that, and then they start thinking about how to get President Trump's top priorities done in the first 100 days. They're very much with President Trump. They want to get this done, but right now we have to get through the exercise in the House.
Well, and to your point, this took a lot of people by surprise. We knew that it might get very close to the deadline, but literally everyone in Washington was like, no, there's no way we're going to shut down right before the holidays. It's just not going to happen, and here we are. Who ultimately, in the minds of members, is shouldering the blame for this? Is this the fault of Speaker Johnson for not reading the room right? Is it Donald Trump? Is it Elon Musk? I mean, where is the ire being directed?
Actually, to be honest with you, it's interesting to have a conversation.
It's not a person, it's the system. The system is spending too much.
Where is President Joe Biden? I mean, the White House can release things, but he's not made any comments. You know, he got off the helicopter yesterday. He was asked. He stayed quiet. What leadership role is he playing in this? And it doesn't appear to be any. I know he said, the White House says he's talking, but is he really talking? And is he out there? And he's certainly not addressing the American people. He's not having a press conference.
But he's not also out there saying, no, I don't like this bill, tank it.
He's not, but he's also not out there trying to get some of the Democrats to work with the Republicans to get something through. So there's not a chance of, a government shutdown the last 30 days of his presidency. No one's talking about the fact we have a president and it is President Joe Biden.
Yep, for, I believe, 30 more days. It is December 20th. We are 1 month out from inauguration on the 20th of January. Finally, Sarah, as you talk about this notion of where the Democrats are, how do you see this episode potentially altering the working relationship of Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson, who have been, for the most part, when it actually comes down to brass tacks, been able to work together to get must-pass legislation over the finish line? Is that going to be able to continue next year after Johnson reneged on this deal?
We're certainly hoping, but we're not sure, because if you remember, when they tried to recall the speaker, the Democrats stood up and helped the speaker maintain his speakership. I don't know if the trust is broken there. That will be something that the members will have to figure out. And frankly, if the speaker does stay, which we hope he does, the two of them will have to try to work that out behind closed doors.
But you're not counting on any Democrat not voting for Hakeem Jeffries to be speaker in favor of getting Mike Johnson across the finish line, at least initially?
At least initially, no, absolutely not.
All right, it has been quite a week in Washington. Certainly has been a week for Sarah Chamberlain and the members of the Republican Main Street Partnership, and we'll see how this one plays out. Again, we are not yet at that resolution point, as Sarah just reiterated for us. There's kind of two options on the table here, and it's not clear which option will be selected by the Republican Conference, which is still meeting right now. Sarah Chamberlain, President and CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership, thank you so much. I hope you were able to enjoy the holidays and that the members eventually get to go home for them. You've been a great friend to us here in 2024, and we'll look forward to more in 2025. And I'm looking forward to more coming up in the late edition of Balance of Power, because we could be, frankly, in an entirely different place by 5 p.m. Eastern Time, which will only bring us 7 hours away from that midnight deadline tonight to avert a government shutdown. Again, option A may be a clean continuing resolution passed under suspension, which would require 2/3 of the House to vote for it. Option B might mean that we don't actually see votes on anything until tomorrow, so we could get a technical shutdown. We'll await firm word from Mike Johnson and the others in the Republican House, and the Senate, of course, has to chime in here as well. So we'll bring you the latest on the 5 p.m. edition. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week is straight ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
While they're on a commercial break, let me do my commercial break. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. The resveratrol is an antioxidant. It also helps with mitochondrial health and get rid of cells that need to go into senescence. That's really important to rejuvenate tissues. It's part of my anti-aging protocol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. All right. I look better than Alex Jones, and I'm older. So get the resveratrol, and it stacks really well with NAD+ and ubiquinol and C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. You take a teaspoon a day, every day, right? And what it'll do is it'll soak up free radicals, boost up the health of the mitochondria, so your ATP will go up, and there's less stress on the cell, so that your tissues will perform better. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. It's a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, and an 8 ounce configuration. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. It's important that C60 is suspended in a lipid, in an oil, for better absorption. In addition, if you take this on an empty stomach, you'll have better absorption into your system. And if you take it before a workout, you'll have a better recovery. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Zeolite, really important to detoxify your body. You can get rid of heavy metals, toxins, chemicals by taking zeolite. Take a couple drops underneath your tongue, just small drops underneath your tongue, couple, and then drink it with filtered water. Do that every day, all year round, as a maintenance. Some people prefer to do a detox once or twice a year instead of year round. To do that, take a few drops, 4 or 5, underneath your tongue, just a few drops, drink the filtered water, and do that each day until the bottle is done, and then do that once or twice a year. It's up to you, but it is better if you detoxify your body year round. This is very high quality. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. It's really important, to follow my advice, all right? So we're in the cold season. Cases are suspected to be going up during the cold season. The data will be released, in the near term, for December numbers, but also in January, it's suspected that cases will go up. So it's important that you stock your house with the drops, lozenges, the structural nanosilver products, like structural nanosilver gels. But structural nanosilver gel is also a dual-purpose product, and I have it in 2 different varieties. I have it in the dispenser that you can carry in your bag or backpack, or in a tube form. But get this for your household just in case you need it. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It'll neutralize pathogens. Stays active for 5.5 hours. Way better than Perel. Way better than Perel. In addition, it also helps to heal your skin. So you can use it as a skincare. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel.
Inning check. Our own Michael McKee on his chat with San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, and of course that inflation print that Carol mentioned.
The Fedpalooza kind of starts again. Yeah.
Hey, they say it's it's the holidays, it's Festivus, it's Fedpalooza.
Right,
That's what they
right.
say.
Fed meeting's over, everybody can talk. Hey, here we go again, though, another potential U.S. government shutdown. So we're going to get to the latest on that. We are watching. We are ticking down to a possible government shutdown at midnight tonight, but we'll see whether or not that happens. And another thing that's big time on our radar today.
Yeah, Novo Nordisk shares just plunging. Certainly one of my decliners, ADRs of those, that is. We got the news that's making it happen. Also, that's sending shares of Eli Lilly higher in today's trade.
Happens to be one of my gainers. And then Carnival CEO Josh Weinstein is going to be with us. They reported earnings today, stocks rallying, so we'll get into that. And then we're going to get into a story that is among our most read about corporate America hiring more black workers. Good thing. And then it stopped. So we're going to get into the data, recrunch the numbers. So lots to come in the next 60 minutes right here on Business Week.
All that and more coming up. First up, though, checking the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie.
All right, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We are looking at an update, yes, for the S&P 500 index, up 1.4%, but we're looking at a losing week right now, down 1.7% right now, just under 2 hours to go until the closing bell clangs on Wall Street. The Dow right now up 615, up by 1.5%. NASDAQ up 269 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up 1.4%. The 10-year right now 4.51%, with a 2-year 4.30%. Gold up 1.2%, 26.20.
All right, so I'm gonna have my market recap here. Is the S&P 500 is 5,947. 5,944. And VIX is running at about 19.6. The Euro USD is at 1.04. The oil market is at 69.51 cents. The BITO ETF for Bitcoin long is 24.89, and the USD Japanese yen trade is 156.04. So equities have mean reverted since the Fed announcement. So not completely, but it's moving in that direction. I suspect that it will completely mean revert probably by Tuesday of next week. So it's at 5,946 right now. I still think that the S&P 500 will close anywhere between 5,800 and 6,000. And I've been saying that for months. So it seems to be playing out. So that's the broadcast for today. Thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take my advice. Get the supplements that I take. Take them regularly. Do some resistance training. Do a little bit of cardio. Do some balancing exercises. Do stretching. Get proper sleep. Take the good night formula for the proper sleep. Challenge your mind by reading and writing and talking to people, learning new things. Be positive. I know this show is a little bit a free-for-all. All right, I know that. It's done on purpose that way, you know, to give you a little bit of comic relief. But the thing is, you know, it is in your power to slow down the aging process and to better yourself. And so mindfulness is really important. You know, some sort of spirituality or meditation, right? That's up to you, where you want to be in that space. But mindfulness, good sleep, regular good sleep, a little bit of exercise, train your mind, have a positive outlook, and you really can improve your health. It's a holistic approach. It's not just supplements. It's not just take vitamin D3. It's a holistic approach. It's not just mindfulness. If anyone says just this, that ain't gonna help. Just this, no. To really improve your body, slow down the aging process, heal your tissues, improve your endocrine system, improve your immune system, improve your mental health, it's all connected. But you talk to code experts and they'll be siloed thinking. You know, some people have depression. It's maybe as simple as just changing what you eat and improving your gut health. So take my advice. Go down that path. I think you're going to find that you're going to see a lot of positive benefits from it. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the supplements and follow this holistic approach. It's not a cure. It's not a silver bullet for all ailments and all. But the thing is most diseases, most of the chronic diseases that are happening in the United States is self-induced. It's because of lifestyle. So please, go to my store, follow the protocol, and get healthy. And you'll have a better life. All right? And take my advice on what's going on in the market and follow the dashboard feed. I'm actually telling you how to make money. Not only that, I'm telling you how to make money and also how to get healthy.